With fun Test one. Test, test. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Quick reminder, if you're receiving an award today, a recognition award, you should have received an email, and in that email it should have asked you to either appear here in track 1 or next door in track 2. So if there's a little bit of confusion as to which track you need to be in, once again, this is track 1 here, and directly next door is track 2, and that should have been stated in your email that you received about the award. We'll be getting things moving here shortly. Thanks for coming by.
And Christian won't be able to see.
man, because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have you take your seats, please, and let's get the show on the road. How about that? Everybody get their coffee and everything, all right? Advil kick in. Welcome to Las Vegas. You know how it is here. Locals know how it is for sure. If you're out of town, that is the Las Vegas breakfast. 2 Advil and a coffee. Just remember that for the rest of the thing, all right? Good morning. My name is Brian Panarelli. I'll be your MC for today, and it's an absolute honor right now to welcome you to the second edition of GFEL, the Global Forum for Education and Learning. You know, education is the foundation of a better, more inclusive, and equitable society, and is one of the essential pillars for a brighter, healthier future. With this being at the heart of GFEL, this edition will open pathways for meaningful dialogue, thought leaders, and bring them together to encourage learning, networking, and growth on a very large global platform. The first edition in Dubai in the year 2019 was a resounding success, as we had with our educationists and visionaries from all over the world brainstorming solutions to a 21st century challenge and challenges in the education industry. A lot has happened since then, events that completely changed how the world learns and how the world operates, really. Can anybody say COVID? We will be tackling these topics head-on in this edition. With your support and cooperation, we hope to make these next 3 days fruitful, exciting, and memorable for everyone present. Track 1 of GFEL is a completely new addition to the conference this year. It focuses on inclusive learning and special education. Here, leaders in education will be deliberating on successful learning models, inclusive next-gen classrooms that work, and instructional models that help boost learning outcomes. So, without further ado, let's begin day one's lineup of sessions. I'd love to introduce right now Imran Ali. He's the Vice Chair for PRISM Events, and he's going to tell us what the second edition of GFEL is all about. Floor is all yours, my friend. Come on up. You're welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us. As Brian very rightly mentioned, my name is Imran Ali, and I serve as the Vice Chair for PRISM Events. On behalf of my entire team, I'd love to welcome all of you to the second edition of GFEL, the event here in Las Vegas, where we believe 3 days of learning, sharing, and networking awaits you. The last 18 months, as perhaps all of you understand, have been superbly difficult for a lot of us, and we at PRISM Events sincerely appreciate your patronage and support through it all. We all need to learn from each other, as we believe, and explore synergies for mutual growth. And this is where we see GFEL bridging the gap in the field of education and learning. The idea behind GFEL was to try and bring together thought leaders from the diverse field of education and learning on a single platform to share ideas and connect for potential collaboration and partnerships. At the same time, we also wanted to use this opportunity to recognize the exemplary work being done by various organizations as well as individuals that we believe will act as a validation and spur them on to achieve even greater heights. Once again, we're all very, very excited to embark on the second GFEL conference edition here in the fantastic city of Las Vegas, and we wish you all to have a very productive 3 days ahead. Thank you so much, and I look forward to meeting one and all of you over the next 3 days. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, thank you so much for giving your insight on what awaits us in this whole thing today. Now we'd like to set up the stage for the very first keynote session of the day. Virtual reality, VR, has emerged as a powerful tool that has the potential to deliver rich, immersive, and personalized learning experiences to learners while fueling self-motivated learning. This session looks at the benefits of adopting such assistive technologies in higher educational settings, and how these deployments will inevitably shape global education in the coming years. So I'd love to give a warm welcome right now to our first keynote speaker of the day, Christine Jansen, who will share her insights on the topic virtual reality, the future of higher education. Give it up for Christine. Or you.
I'm mic'd up. Oh,
There you
good.
go.
It does
You are
work.
you are ready
Yay,
to.
fantastic. All right, let me just get my ducks in a row here. Morning, everybody. I'm like, all right, we're coming in hot. First speaker of the session talking about VR. And I know that I'm going to ruffle a lot of feathers out there for traditional academics, and I'm okay with that. So just brace yourself. So my name is Christine Jansen. I am a professor at a university in New York City that I'm not going to mention right now. I am a bit of a recovering academic. And I've seen, particularly over the last year with COVID, that higher ed is not a very agile industry, very difficult and slow to adapt and change. And I've been thinking about the future of higher education for years, devouring reports, books, you name it, and the pandemic kind of set higher ed to the edge. This is how I interpreted this. And that's what led me to finally launching my Edtech startup called Edstutia. And I'll kind of walk you through that as we go through the presentation and what's different about it and why I'm doing what I'm doing. But a big part of it, of course, is virtual reality. A little bit about my background. So I teach entrepreneurship. I'm the director of entrepreneurship at this university, and I'm clinical. So I'm not doing research. I could care less about research. I want to have impact in the classroom with the students. And so I always love trying new things. I love to build stuff. I built our small business incubator. I would take students to Silicon Valley, and we'd go all over the place. And then I started experimenting with virtual reality back in 2019. And I partnered up with a company called the Glimpse Group. They're also based in New York City. They're essentially a startup of startups, all with AR, VR companies. And a lot of these companies are focusing on education, Edtech. Okay, strongly suggest you go check out what they're doing because it's pretty amazing. So I partnered with the CEO, Laurent Bentovim, and brought him to campus, and we started experimenting with VR in my entrepreneurship classes. And we created simulations where students struggle the most. We did one on, we created a simulation for negotiation, we created a simulation for networking, and we created one for presenting, communicating to large audiences. And so we built these simulations, and we bought our Oculus Quest headsets and started, again, experimenting with the students. So we learned a ton. One of the big things that I learned is that VR is not going away. This is going to be a part of education going forward, and it's not necessarily going to replace it, it's going to enhance it. So I want you to understand that I don't think that all of learning should be entirely in VR. It could be, it can be, it will be. It could be if you want to make it that way. But how I'm looking at VR and how I'm integrating VR is, again, a way to enhance the learning experience. So I'll share some examples of that with you. But again, I like to push the envelope a little bit. I love to build things. I like to take a clean white slate and a whiteboard and create something new. And when the pandemic came along, and I'm very frustrated with higher ed and the pace, the snail's pace. I'm like, we've got to make sure that students continue learning, even if it's online. And by the way, I don't think online learning has to be inferior to face-to-face. It's really how the courses, the curriculum is created and developed and how engaged you can get your students. So I'm still a big fan of the online learning. But what I did is I did a ton of research to find out what employers were looking for in college graduates, and we know about, well, we'll get into that in a second, but I finally took the step to launch my startup. I will, let me get to the next slide. Hold on, where's my gizmo? And I'll get to that in my next slide. What I started alluding to the skills gap that we have. I'm very perplexed that these kids are spending all this money and time and going through and getting a college degree and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they come out with a piece of paper, yet they don't have the skills that employers are looking for. What's that all about? And then they have to be retrained, all right? This number up on the screen is the number of unemployed folks that are seeking work. So those who are unemployed but looking for employment. Actually, the number's larger. It's 11 million people who are unemployed, but it's the 7 million that are actually seeking work. Ironically, there are 7 million unfilled jobs in this country. Go figure, okay? And why is that? It is largely because of the skills gap, all right? So I sit here and I think of higher ed. That's my wheelhouse in higher ed, and you could look at this from different levels of education, but it's like we're not doing our job. And so there's a lot of change that is necessary, and as I alluded to, higher ed is not very quick to change. So this skills gap issue is what brought me to launch my startup, Edtech. And I'm calling it this 21st century learning platform. It is within the intersection of business and technology. So this is not for students who want to go get a law degree or get a CPA, things like that, okay? It is, I hear this from employers all the time. It's like the engineers don't know anything about the business side or customer interaction, and the business folks don't understand the lexicon of technology. And so there's a gap there as well. So that's what I'm trying to address. And as I did my research on what employers are looking for, they told me, it's like, my gosh, digital literacy, coding. Every employee needs to know coding. It's 2021. If you show up to a job interview with a resume that says, I know Microsoft Office, yeah, forget it. That's a given, all right? So I'm listening to how do I address the skills gap? So I'm listening to employers and they're telling me, and that's the driver for the curriculum at Ed Studio. It is an online platform, PS. And again, I don't think that online learning has to be inferior. I think higher ed needs a total kick in the arse. They need to be disrupted. They do, and I said that politely. They do, and it's just so slow moving, and at the end of the day, it's the students that are losing out, right? So, it is an online platform, but part of the classes will be in Zoom, but we're experimenting with a Zoom-like platform that's actually created for education for learners. And part of the learning is in virtual reality, okay? And I'll give you some examples of that as we go through this. But the cornerstones of why I created this company is really, here, I need to move this forward, is I think there's got to be another alternative out there for higher education. I think students deserve better, and education should be much more relevant, affordable, and accessible. And by relevant, I mean technology-driven and integrated, and that students are actually learning about the tools and the industries and the trends that are disrupting. I don't care what industry you end up in, they should have some sort of knowledge, not just how to code, but like, how do I even understand algorithms? How do I even, these are for non-engineers and non-computer science majors. It's like we got a lot of students out there that don't even understand the basics of technology. And the students now know more about technology than the professors do, okay? Very slow to adapt. And I saw this again with the pandemic, that a lot of my colleagues didn't want to adapt. They didn't want to teach online. That's not my thing, I don't want to do that. But again, at the end of the day, it's what's best for the student. And I just think it's become kind of the tail wagging the dog. So a lot of the curriculum needs to be updated to be relevant for the students and relevant for all these employers out there that are looking for skilled workers, all right? The affordable piece, that's kind of a given. There are families that are getting buried in, draining bank accounts and student loan debt, et cetera, et cetera. And by accessible, I'm talking about accessible to more people that would perhaps not have the opportunity for higher education, but accessible meaning wherever you are in the world, that you can access a higher education and you can interact with people from all over the world because of VR. So the one thing I really want to hone in on is the relevant piece. Okay, we all love to talk about experiential learning, and I have to say I walk the walk in my entrepreneurship classes. It's very hands-on. But within the context of Ed Studio, everything about us is experiential. The classrooms, the curriculum, is completely hands-on experiential. There are no grades, there's no exams, there are no textbooks, there's no GPAs to fight for, none of that. It is all based on hands-on learning and creating stuff. What can you build? What can you write? What can you develop? And being able to show potential employers, this is what I built. This is what I created. Isn't that much more impactful than having some words on a resume, right? So it's actually learning by doing. And I don't know if I'm in a room full of people who are experts in this space, but our brains were built to learn through experience. So it's like, let's get back to that and giving students a chance to actually learn by doing, okay? This is where the project work in the classrooms, all experiential. We're also integrating an apprenticeship program that gives students, let's bring apprenticeships back and make them cool again. And taking away the pain point that painful process for the employers as well as the students, and having like a direct pipeline there. So that gives them the job experience. But the other part of the experience is, of course, the virtual reality. So when students use VR in the classroom, they're actually able to go into scenarios and simulations and actually be there. How many of you actually use VR? Okay, cool. So there's quite a few. So you guys get it. There is nothing like being able to transport somebody into different situations. So, for example, I ran a pilot in January, and one of the courses was cross-cultural competence. And I had an instructor in the Netherlands, one was in Germany, and they killed it. They had such a great experience for the students. And for example, they were able to take the students to markets in Marrakesh, in Mumbai, in Barcelona. They took them to a Starbucks in Shanghai, and they got to experience firsthand, through 360 simulation, what's it like to experience these people, this context. And they looked at all the different levels of Hofstede's cultural competencies. So super cool like that, but that is 360, by the way. And there's a difference. There's 360 video that you can go into. You could go to the Serengeti. I don't know if any of you have seen this. It's actually on YouTube. You can be in the middle of this pen with all these big lions coming in, and you're right in the middle of it. They're all, racing around you and eating the deer that are laying on the ground next to you. It's pretty cool. But that's 360. Now, VR is different because it's totally immersive, okay? You are in it, okay? So that's where, obviously, I want to lead this conversation. So there are a lot of different headsets out there and companies that support VR, but we work with Oculus and Quest 2 headsets. That's just when I work with the Glimpse group, these are the simulations that they're creating for us work well with Oculus. And honestly, the Oculus 2 just came out in the fall, and it's $299, which is not much. And at a studio, the students, all they need is a laptop and a headset. There aren't any textbooks or anything like that. So when you think about that expense of the $299 for a headset, not bad, right? Considering how much textbooks cost these days. So, like I mentioned before, we experimented a little bit with simulations like negotiation, presentation in a big auditorium, doing TED Talks, things like that, where students, this is cool, especially for students who might be on the shy side, might not like to speak in front of people, and it gives them a chance to kind of test things out in a safe space, in a safe environment. So that's one of the things that the VR is really good for. I'll address some of the things, the other aspects within the world of education that you can use VR for, but of course I'm looking at this space of higher ed. All right, can we move it forward? Okay, so I have just a couple of images here when we did the pilot program in January. This just gives you an idea of what it looks like in VR. You're going to notice right away that they don't have bodies and legs, and that's because you have a headset and you have the hand controls, and that's all that it's able to register in VR. Otherwise, you would have to attach things to your legs and your body as well, and I guess the technology is just not there yet. There's a lag with that. But anyways, in a studio, you go in, you create your avatar, and there are a couple different rooms that we have created. We use a tool called Elevate, which was customized by the Glimpse group, and any of you could go in and create your own classrooms as well. This is a product that's available to anybody. But in these rooms, we've got breakout rooms that students can go to and work on specific projects. We can go into 360 simulation rooms, etc. But in this room, this kind of gives you, this is like the main, it's a room like this, okay? And it's got whiteboards all on it. Students can go and actually pick up the marker and do brainstorming and whatnot on the whiteboards, which is super cool. Each student, as they go into VR, has a tablet in their left hand. And on there, they can access audio, video, anything that they upload that they might want to share or present in the class. Your right hand is actually a laser pointer, and so you use that to kind of control things. There is a Post-it note, like a sticky note maker. It's audio. It records your audio saying, okay, elephants are big, and it'll type it for you on the Post-it, and then you can take that. You can grab it. It's all suspended in midair, and the students use that for brainstorming stuff. It's super cool. And then they have a way to capture all their notes and whatever they recorded on the whiteboards, and they're able to add that to their tablet so they can use that kind of as their own laptop, if you will. There's a tool on there, it's called Objects, that you can actually create and download things. So for example, I don't think you can see it in here, there's a basket, and there are different things that students can download, like a ball, and they can play, they can practice, like how do I interact and throw it, catch it, etc. And in my cross-cultural competence class, both instructors were originally from India, and they had these students play this game called Banga. It's a card game. And it was a way for them to get to know each other and understand their own personal experiences with culture. And they did that all in VR, which is really cool because you can. It's almost like a hot potato thing. You can throw, you can catch, you're it, you know? So there's that capability in there. Some of these things that you can see on the screen, the objects, you can take them in your hands and you walk around with it. You could post it here. It's all midair. Very cool for engaging conversation, for students to work together. So all sorts of interesting functionality in here. And the students in this particular class, at the end of the program, so they all have something that, a deliverable. Like I mentioned, it's not exams and stuff. So at the end, what this group actually studied was how different cultures responded to the pandemic. And so they picked specific countries or regions, and they actually presented their presentations in VR, and they were able to compare and contrast and share what they learned about culture through this particular project. So it was really cool to see them in VR and engaging that way. I have another, this is just a shot of the whiteboard. It's a pretty cool thing to be able to grab something with your, with the controller and being able to write on the board and dispense new markers and walk around and engage that way. You can see some of the assets that are there. You can just walk around. It's pretty cool. And so this is just an example of the classroom. I have a short little video just to share. So, Mike, if you just want to do the last minute, just to give you a little idea of the interaction. So you can see how the lasers work on the hands and how you can grab things. And it's kind of interesting to think about, when I work with the Glimpse group, they're like, you can create anything that you want in VR, which is a little overwhelming when you think about it. But so that is a video screen with live video, just suspended midair. So just imagine, talk about experience, not just in the classroom, but where that classroom can take them. I mentioned before that the cross-cultural competence course, they use 360 video. There's a ton of stuff out there on YouTube, by the way. You can go find 360 video. But we're also creating our own proprietary content. I am getting a 360 camera that I'm calling Ed, first name Ed, last name Stutia, and I'm gonna send them around the world to people that we know to capture all these different scenarios in 360 video so then we can really customize that particular course in cross-cultural competence. This, if you can, okay, this is perfect. So this is kind of what their, the login would be and how they actually access the rooms, all the assets, the media, and the instructor as well, the students, everybody's got their own tablet, if you will. So pretty cool for interacting in the classroom. Now, one of the reasons why students go to college, well, you hope they go there to learn, but it's also to socialize and network. So after I ran this pilot, I realized I have to create more than just the classroom. So what we're building now is the world's first campus in virtual reality. We are actually creating an entire campus with all sorts of venues that students can go in, walk around the campus, you can engage with other people, and we're continuing to build out different venues over the next X months. But I was like, how can I create the most beautiful campus? So I kind of looked at Pepperdine and some really pretty campuses in California, and this is how we crafted it. It's got, the mission style architecture, but it's on the cliff. In California, it's always beautiful blue skies, beautiful mountains in the background. And the cool thing about the way this is built in VR is we can keep expanding the campus and creating things that students can go in and discover and explore, kind of like, the surprise and delight your customers. So this is just one of the shots with an actual working fountain in the center. The sphere over on the right, that's actually going to be a meditation sphere. Mindfulness is a really big topic these days, whether we've integrated it in some of the classes where I teach, but it's also a big deal in industry as well. So that is going to be a place where students can go and do meditation exercises, mindfulness, and actually have somebody on deck to start teaching not only mindfulness courses, but teaching other people how do you build these exercises and teach other people about mindfulness. So that's kind of a cool thing. I had to have that. Everybody gets stressed out in school, so we had to add something. So you can see it's almost Disney-like, and you can actually go behind on these back streets. We've got street lights and beautiful foliage and palm trees and stuff, clock tower, whatever. This, on the lower right, is our outdoor auditorium. So it's out facing over the cliff, but yeah, again, all open air. And we're gonna do our own series. I like this. Not TED Talks, we're doing Ed Talks. Huh? Yeah, you like that? And actually giving students the opportunity to go there, create their own, work on public speaking skills, again, in a safe, supportive environment, but they can create, and then we can create all sorts of content with this as well, but they can go in the auditorium and invite people to come and watch them speak. That's pretty cool. We can have bands, we can do all sorts of stuff in VR, but that's one of the venues as well. Let's see, what do I have for the next shot? This is actually from the deck of a venue called the Exploratory. Well, this is what I'm calling it. It is, I don't know if any of you have ever been in venues in Facebook. It's very cool. It's all about discovery, but there's different rooms that you can go into that we can change the content behind the rooms all the time, whether it's 360 video, proprietary video, simulations, whatever. We can send students to these rooms and say, all right, go learn, go discover, how do we link this back to what they're learning in their classes, and constantly change that. So there's a reason to go back there and explore new things, and there's gonna be all sorts of discovery. We've got a big staircase that you can overlook into the main area, but very futuristic. It's the most futuristic building that I have on the campus. But that is meant, again, students learn so much by their own self-discovery, rather than just being told what to think, what to believe, what's right or what's wrong. Let them go discover themselves. So that's what the Exploratory is all about. I have a video clip that kind of walks you through the campus. So 1 minute, just to give you a feel. There we go. So this is where everybody would start, coming through the main entrance. Oh no, that's from the auditorium, I'm sorry. The main building is up front. I know this is kind of quick, but it just gives you an idea of how you can move through the campus and scale and whatnot. And the way that we're building this is that every couple of months I'll be adding a new venue. So you always create that excitement with the students, and there's a reason to go to campus and meet people, go network. We're building a cafe that students ultimately will be able to go and actually order something from a barista and go take their drink order, go sit down, meet with somebody, network and whatnot. And also, I love that view. Also, integrating gamification into VR, where students have a way of earning some sort of currency or token that they can then spend at the cafe. We're also going to have a campus store where they can go buy at studio branded things. So that just encourages more engagement and the interaction as we build out the VR capabilities. So that's pretty cool. So I'm super excited about that because I know that's one of the big reasons why students do want to go to college, and we can't overlook that. So the last thing I wanted to put up here, oh, we got to go back one. I lied. One more. No. If you can go forward to the green slide. There we go. Okay. So this is a place where it's like, all right, this is my story, this is my experience. I'm super excited about what we're doing and how we're actually giving Ira a kick in the rear. Like I said, it's like so many people can learn in so many different ways. It doesn't have to just be that four-year college degree. And if we're teaching students the right things in new ways that they're actually going to learn, retain, and get them on their feet for careers and opportunities out there that actually are looking for those skills, it's like the sky's the limit. But if you can imagine like using VR for even K through 12, kids that have disabilities, how you can use VR for education in the healthcare fields, of course manufacturing. So it goes way beyond this. And I shouldn't fail to mention augmented reality as well. All right, I had a group of students a couple years ago that came up with a project to create an augmented reality tool to help kids with autism. Because you can't put these kids with the headset on. I think that's just too much. And so they looked at what were the big learning disabilities or challenges with these kids, and how could we help them, how could we enhance the learning experience and help them through augmented reality. So that was super cool. I was really proud of them for coming up with that. But sky's the limit, of course. So just kind of imagining what we could do with VR, and I challenge all of you to integrate VR as well. The students will retain so much more and, again, learning things that are relevant. Learning through experience, okay? That's how they're going to learn. So I don't even know where we are in time, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this with you. Again, I'm super, super excited. We're actually launching the first real cohort in October and have a lineup of very cool modules and some amazing subject matter experts who are teaching these modules. And another cool thing about when students actually go through the program, we have a digital portfolio for them to actually collect, gather, and share everything that they've created. So it's no longer just this piece of paper, oh, here's a resume or whatever. It's like sharing that with employers, like, this is what I can do, this is what I've built, this is what I created. And VR gives us that opportunity to actually give them the chance to actually build, create, do, develop in a totally different way. So I challenge all of you to try integrating VR, and I'm happy to answer any questions later when we're networking. But thank you so much. Appreciate your time. How are we doing?
No, it's fine. You look great on the big screen, girl. Go ahead. If this doesn't work out, next stop, motion pictures. Give it up for Christine once again. Thank you so much for that illuminating sort of insight into all that. Now we're going to go ahead and move along to the second keynote, which will be packed with actionable insights through which entrepreneurs can fuel classroom innovations and disrupt the ways through which the world learns. Please put your hands together for Mr. Robert Landau. He is the founder and strategist for Two Reads Education, LLC. He's going to speak on the subject, disrupting the education sector. Robert?
Let's see if I can get this to work too. It's not letting me. It's not letting me get into presenting mode. Let's take this out a second. Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Christine, thank you for that talk. I'm going to riff on some of the things that you were talking about here, but my focus is very much K-12 because I believe that we can start businesses with kids who are 6 and 7 years old. I went to a experiential lab school at UCLA as a kid, and in 3rd grade, I'm dating myself, but we ran the post office for the entire school as a 3rd grader. We built the post office in our classroom and ran the postal service, and that was over a half a century ago. So the fact that we're still having this conversation in 2021 around experiential expeditionary education is astounding to me. I grew up in California and left right after I got a teaching credential as a baby boomer. Very hard to get a teaching job in the mid-'70s. I moved to Switzerland, and as you can see, had a 45-year journey around the world, living in 6 different countries. I was fortunate to go back to California in the late 90s to start the first international charter school, the International School of Monterey in Monterey, California. But I have really had an action-packed career working for a huge number of different organizations, mostly international schools in developing countries. In developed countries, I moved from Cambodia to Singapore, which was an incredible change and shift in thinking. I've got about a 2-hour presentation that I've got to cram into a half hour, so I'm going to really speed through these slides, speed through the ideas, and hope during the next 3 days, if anybody's interested in what it is that I'm talking about and how it can be applied in a school or in a startup or in a new program, I'd be more than happy to talk to you. When I was getting on the flight yesterday at Honolulu Airport, I live in Hawaii, there was a sign with a kumu, a teacher, speaking to a young child, and that said, "The lessons from the past prepare us for the future." And so I'm going to give you a lesson from 1976. This is an Academy Award-winning film called Network. And just catch the meaning and figure it's 2021, just yesterday, listening to the news about the rise in crime in our country right now. Listen to this, and I'll tell you why I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street, and there's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crying in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Now, if I knew you better, I'd have us all, yes. Anybody else out there in the education sector mad as hell? Come on, let me know. Stand up and say, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. Thank you. I've come to the right conference. The reason I'm mad as hell is because of my sense of urgency. I just welcomed into the world 8 months ago my first grandchild. And her name is Soleil. And if you speak French, or if you know the beautiful language of French, Soleil means the sun. And I am a strategist. And I look out at the horizon, at the sun rising, at the sun setting. Now I have this son, and I'm mad as hell that I have no idea what her education is going to be like for her when she is ready to start school. And I want to do something about that.
The biggest employer in Baltimore 50 years ago was Bethlehem Steel Company. You could actually drop out of high school 50 years ago, join the steel union, get a perfectly average job, earning a perfectly average wage, which would entitle you to get a perfectly average mortgage, to buy a perfectly average house, with a perfectly average yard, to have 2.0 perfectly average kids, who would go to a wonderful, perfectly average public school. You could have a perfectly average retirement and have a perfectly average funeral. That is no longer the case.
The economy that we created over the course of the 20th century was an economy that needed a large number of moderately skilled people who could do the 3 R's and who could follow pretty simple instructions. As we head deeper into the 21st century, I really don't think that's the case anymore, yet our educational system still seems to be focused on turning out people with that same relatively small set of skills. My fear is that they're heading into a society and an economy and a workforce that doesn't value those skills very much anymore. And I think we need to take a good hard look and figure out what kinds of people, what kinds of skills are demanded in the technologically extraordinary society and economy that we're creating.
Over 100 years ago, the United States went from one-room schoolhouses to the robust industrial model we have now. It was a transformation that was nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps it's time for another transformation.
And it is time. Because we've been talking about this for centuries. I've got Confucius up there. When I go to China and I speak about education to the Chinese, the first thing I do is apologize. I apologize as an American that I have anything to say in a country that had Confucius over 5,000 years ago. But yet, what was spoken about by these learned educators still rings true today. I'm a big Dewey fan. If I could bring back somebody to life and keynote at any conference in the world, it would be John Dewey. Because it was a very simple learn, do, act upon what you're learning. And you heard Thomas Friedman speak in the earlier video. I saw him a few years ago in Tokyo, leaning up against a lectern at the Harvard of Tokyo, where he said, no longer should we think in the box. No longer should we think outside the box. There is no box. Do you remember December 31st, 1999? I mean, my favorite song of all time is Prince's 1999. But on December 31st, 1999, we thought The world was coming to an end because technology was going to sabotage us. Christine just told us how technology is still alive and well, is going to make us live and work in a virtual community. So it didn't happen. Another thing happened in 2000. Ed Leader 21, Ken Kay, who I just was on a panel with the other day, created the 21st Century Skills 21 years ago. I have followed kids who were born in the year 2000. They have already got their driver's license. They have already, in this country, been allowed to vote. And now, after 18 months, almost 2 years in a global pandemic, thank goodness, I guess, for some of them, they can now legally have a drink. Because it's 2021, we're still talking about the education sector. But there's much more going on right now in 2021 than even at the year 2000. I look at it as a compass. We have these 4 areas that are going to truly impact my granddaughter's future and certainly my granddaughter's educational future: environment, health, financial, and social. We are now seeing it in the news everywhere. Social has been happening in this country and around the world for decades, and it's at a boiling point. We know about the environment. We understand that the financial, apparently my own children, 33 and 25, may not have Social Security because we will have spent the system. This is not acceptable. Michael Horn, I've been following him since the pandemic started, and he's been writing a lot about this opportunity around the global pandemic. But look what he had to say recently. He's frustrated because nothing's really happening. In fact, we're all worried that we're going to go backwards once we can go back to school. Why is it that all of these sectors are consistently innovating, changing? You could not be in any of the sectors: medical, health, architecture, law, sports. Look at all of the new technology in sports, in outfitting. Why is it that our sector is so slow to change? Like you, Christine, I'm going to say a few things today that are a bit provocative. And I was a teacher, so I can be self-critical about the profession that I chose to get into, when I got into it, and when schools needed to be more factory-like. These are the words that I have been hearing constantly for years. And even more so, these are the words that have occurred since the pandemic. I would do anything right now if a very kind person could bring me a cup of water. That would be like so cool. However, I think we need to go beyond transforming, reimagining, reinventing. These are the words that we have been using. I think my screen, there we go. I think first we need to be more disruptive. We have to deconstruct, break down. You are a hero. A little whiskey for you, sir. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Now that's an MC. I have a friend who talks about the 3 stages of change in education: status quo, deschooling, and reschooling. Status quo, of course, we know what that means. Reschooling is on the other side. We tinker under the hood. I want to deschool. I want to deconstruct and reconstruct. Now, when the pandemic started, I believed this, what this little girl is thinking. This may be an unfortunate disruption that we all need, but now I'm reading in the news, we're going to go back to school, we're worried about a learning loss, and we're probably going to go backwards, and it's just not the right time to do that. I don't know if you know Dr. Yang Zhao, he's a good friend, and he talks about a paradigm shift in education. I keep asking him, what does a paradigm shift look like in action? What would a school look like that truly had a paradigm shift? The generations that we are creating school for right now are not us. It is incredible to think that 2021, there's going to be a young man and woman who's going to turn 23 or 24 in 2023-24, who are going to be our first 21st century adults in a classroom. Because all of us are 20th century. We are the ones that decide what kids should be learning. We are the ones that teach them, that indoctrinate them. We are from the 20th century. It's going to be amazing to think a child born in the 21st century is going to be teaching 21st century kids before too long. It is imperative that we prepare them for the kind of school that is going to be future-proof, because I don't think our schools are now. So I do believe that in order for us to really change education, we need to change the very construct, the way we organize schools. And it's going to take some bold decisions. There are so many barriers. This is just my short list. This is why I get angry. Every year I read at the beginning of the school year where I come from, Hawaii, that we're 650 teachers short to start the new school year. I understand that fewer young people want to go into teaching. Well, maybe this is a moment to think, do we really need teachers if we deconstruct and reconstruct schools? Because teachers are one of the extreme barriers. I have been a head of school all over the world. I have watched a high school English teacher spend 8 weeks on chapter 3 of To Kill a Mockingbird. That's just the start of it. I have watched kids endure 185 days of Algebra 1. Because that teacher has a 185-day contract and must occupy that time. What if you could take the teacher out of the equation? Christine, one of the major barriers is higher education, not necessarily with what you're talking about, but the fact that we are predetermining what a kid needs to have for the university to accept them, and the universities are living in some la-la land around what we need to do to prepare kids for this very undetermined future. Isn't it amazing? I never thought in my lifetime that the University of California would stop accepting SAT and ACT scores for admissions. Granted, it wasn't necessarily an educational decision, but it was decided, and I think the data will prove that if you begin to accept students based on their accomplishments, their competency, their mastery, their character, and what I am proposing in the second half, and I have 7 minutes, what we could really be focusing on in our K-12 and hopefully our higher education. Daniel Pink, I heard him speak a couple of weeks ago at a conference. He said about accountability, is it worth doing, and why are we doing it? So I am been working on a project the last few months that's beginning to think about what would school look like if we deconstructed it. So I do believe education should be making a difference in our ever-changing world, and we have created this concept called impact. And I would be more than happy over the next 3 days to interact with any of you who might feel that impact might be something you're interested in. It can come at any different level into your school as a complete or a semi-program. It enables us to capture the elusive time that we have never been able to capture in really reimagining, or in my case, reconstructing education. This is our ecosystem for impact. I know it's a lot, but I wanted to get everything on one graphic. We want as our vision to prepare for the challenges and opportunities of the future. We believe that there are character traits, there are goals. This is the one-stop shop for me for the future of education. Everything right here. This is the banner that you put up in your school or in your organization. The focus for us are what we call the 5 pillars. We think that for my granddaughter, this is what she needs to be focusing on. I agree with you 100%, Christine. I spent 22 years in Switzerland. Kids at 16 go to college for academic pursuits and an apprenticeship for a profession or a life. So it's not a new concept, but it is very much to us because everybody needs to be college bound. So these are the things that I feel that our students should be focusing on, and they should be doing it in a non-traditional way. This, to me, is what I call my balanced diet for progressive education. And they do it going back to Dewey. I have a picture there of scuba diving certification. I'm a scuba diver, and it struck me that you can't learn to scuba dive in a classroom. Isn't that an amazing thought? But we do so much to our students in the classroom. We don't get out. In scuba diving, you learn the basics. You go into a swimming pool, which is a controlled perimeter to practice. Your teacher now is dressed like you, but the ultimate goal is getting out into the open water. And I would create a school program around what we call base camp, experiential, expeditionary learning with consistent reflection going on the whole time. And so it would look something like this. This would be the educational life of a child in an impact-driven school. Here's how we would do it. We would be creating these hubs. There's the academic hub, and I'm sorry to say this, I got a SAT score that wouldn't get me back into high school. I went to, and a proud graduate of a state college, but yet I have worked at some of the most prestigious schools in the world. Why? Because I didn't use Algebra 1. There are people that use Algebra 1. They know why they use it, and that's what they've done in their life. But for me, I think we need to spend less time on the course and credit work and more time in the swimming pool and in the open water. You may applaud. And there's a way to do it because we can hack school. It's already out there. There is a way to hack it. You can get a high school diploma, a 4-year high school diploma, accredited for $800. Don't believe me? Talk to me at the break. I had the honor and privilege of starting a school for economically disadvantaged children in Cambodia. We took them at 8, 9, and 10. We created an experiential expeditionary school. 100% our kids were not college-bound, let alone graduating high school. Many of our kids' parents worked in shoe and garment factories and rice fields. We plucked them out, created the first boarding school in Cambodia. You see that little boy at the bottom, Sam Nang? When I first met Sam Nang at 8 years old, I met him and I said, this is the future president of Cambodia. That's Sam Nang in the middle. He's taken a gap year after graduating the school we started last June, started a company with his 2 buddies called Klembox, and they are providing STEM and robotics kits at $8 a piece to Cambodian government schools that have no air conditioning, no windows, no plumbing, no nothing. They provide everything, the professional development, the training, and the kits. These kids are 18 years old. How did it happen? We recreated school for them about their future, not my past. We have got to reverse the time problem. I want schools spending 25% time on course and credit work and 75% time on experiential and expeditionary work. It can happen. Why? Because there's all these schools out there offering course and credit work for nothing. They have teachers. They have credits. You could use these or something like it and capture 75% time. You no longer need to hire teachers. You hire what we've been talking about for years: coaches, mentors, facilitators, role models, and then you go out into the community and use people who really know what they're talking about. That's reconstructing education. That will do it by capturing time and changing the skill set of the hundreds of thousands of teachers who are locked in a school as per their contract. For me, this is the 21st century graduate. For me, I want a kid graduating high school who is civically engaged. They've already done stuff in their community. My kids in Cambodia, they started English schools, they started tour companies, they wrote books, they started their own companies in middle school. Why? Because they were inspired and motivated. It was their country. It was their future. We need our kids to be civically engaged, globally aware, economically literate. Sorry, Wells Fargo, you can't have our kids as a freshman in college to sign up for a credit card. They had financial literacy already in high school. They're not going to sign up. They're not going to go into the credit world like many of us did. And we need, of course, our kids to be information savvy. But besides that, we need them to follow these 21st century skills. I'm going to make it in half an hour. So what's next? I have different menus as to how impact could be used in an existing school, a new school. It doesn't matter for me. If the school is interested in impact, we can create impact in the school. Absolutely. Tomorrow, I have a formula for total impact. I think that was an Arnold Schwarzenegger film. Was it? Total Recall? Well, anyway, I got total impact. I got medium impact. I got platinum, silver, gold impact. It doesn't matter as long as you're impacting the future of our kids. These are the questions that kids should be asking when they go to school. And it's not, I forgot to do my homework. I had too much homework. The teacher doesn't understand me. I'm bored. Those are not the questions. They should be inquiry-based questions, experientially based questions, expeditionary questions. I had a girl 2 years ago in my school where we did Impact Wednesday. She's going to Columbia Medical School based on her weekly apprenticeship with a doctor. It wasn't her science classes. Imagine if we did more than just 1 day a week and we were doing this every day. Here's a question I ask myself every day. Are they prepared for their future? I want to thank you very much. I'm still mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore, but I hope some of you will connect with me over the next few days and let's see how we can do this together. Thank you very much.
Hey, Robert's kind of mad, but that information makes all of us pretty happy, doesn't it? That was great. I thought that was awesome. I thought that was awesome. So, you know, GFEL takes pride in honoring the unparalleled contributions of individuals and organizations that have paved the way towards progress in our education industry. We would like to show our appreciation in this very special session, and I'd like to call right now Mr. Don Ruttenberg on stage, who will be presenting the awards to our distinguished winners. Don? I'm going to ask award winners, as you hear your name, if you don't mind stepping on up this way. Don will present the award to you, then off to my left. And we'll get through this, and then we'll go have some coffee. Hopefully with Bailey's. All right, first. Can I say? Who doesn't want a drink? Come on, it's noon somewhere. All right, first, for excellence in education, Amber Carlson Hayes. Amber Carlson Hayes. Hi, Amber. Top 100 leaders in education, first. Andrew Ravine. Excuse me if I butcher your last name, Andrew. Daniel Naylor. Fabio Vasquez. Jean Neck. Jacob Hess. Jill Diane Bittinger. Dr. Jory Hadsell. Kimberly Honick. Latha Naranian. All right, I've got one. Listen, people always butcher my last name. Now it's my turn. Congratulations. Mark Gestall. Martin Sikafus. Matthew Alex. Dr. Maxine Bradshaw. Peggy Ployhair. Dr. Ruth Namir. Dr. S. David Valiancourt. Cheryl Kraser, PhD. Stephanie Sowendal. Stephen Keith Thomas. Swati Dave. Terusha Dave. Wesley Williams Ramos da Silva. Wedad Lukman. And Yolanda Nunez. All right, how about another big round of applause for Mr. Don Rutenberg and all of our honorary awardees. Congratulations. Coffee break. All right, 30 minutes for the coffee break. We'll resume here in, according to my Apple, in a half hour. How about? Just past 11 a.m. I believe coffee's just out your door here to your right. First long hallway on your right-hand side. There should be coffee there. If not, have a soda. See you back here in 30 minutes, folks.
So one thing.
almost.
Oh, do it again. Sorry.
Da, da, da. And me. All right, folks, welcome back from your coffee break. It's nice to see all of your smiling blue lips and teeth. How about those donuts, huh? Not too, that'll keep you awake for 2 or 3 months. Well, moving forward, I'd like to unveil the first panel discussion of the day. It's on digital KPI framework. Is your school/institution Edtech ready? All right, technology is changing every single detail of our lives, and it's crucial for the education ecosystem to acknowledge Edtech innovations to enhance student outcomes. Through this session, our panelists discuss the barriers that are preventing institutions from embracing Edtech and the ways to eliminate them. I'd like to welcome our session moderator, Lucy Mariappa, Chief Information Officer of International Leadership of Texas. Hi, is that?
I'm the moderator, Dr. Beanie Sonnenberg.
Oh.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. Well,
It doesn't matter.
we're gonna change up the whole thing. She took Lucy out and back and suplexed her, so,
Yeah.
and they fought over the moderation, so she got it. She won. Congratulations. All right. She's gonna introduce you to the panelists and take proceedings forward. Have fun, guys.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Well, Lucy put up a really good fight, so well done. Well, welcome back. Thank you for coming back and listening to this panel. It will be interactive. We do have time at the end for you to ask questions and facilitate a discussion for everyone. So I am Dr. Mandy Sonnenberg. I will be your moderator today. And the format of this session that we came up with was to go ahead and introduce ourselves, 2 minutes or less, so we will not bore you. And then we have a question that each of the panelists is going to answer. It's twofold. So after everyone has introduced themselves, I will come back and ask the panel a question. The first part they'll answer, then we'll come back and answer the second part. And then we have about 15-20 minutes to open it up to the floor for questions. And if there aren't any questions, which I hope there are, we do have questions we have prepared to answer to continue the conversation about making sure that we are moving forward and being Edtech ready. So I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I am living currently in Kansas City, Missouri. It's actually hotter here than there. It's been pretty hot there lately. I am the Director of STEAM Projects and Education at St. Teresa's Academy. It's an all-girls school. Prior to that, I was a professor at Rockhurst University. I started the Master's in STEAM Education there. Simultaneously, I started a nonprofit called STEAM Studio, Science, Technology, Engineering, Art, and Math, to equalize access for STEAM activities across the KC metro area. My background includes being an educator, a principal. I published a book, and I'm just very honored to be here with you all today. So I'll hand it off.
Very nice. Good morning, everyone. This is Yogesh Makar, and I am the founder and director of CapDeck, an academy for e-learning. So about myself, I have been an engineer, an operations manager, a supply chain leader, so everything but education. That's what my journey was of 25 years. So my real interest and why I came and switched my career completely into education was based on my own personal experience about 5 to 6 years ago when I was teaching my own son. He is a gifted student in mathematics. So we struggled a lot finding good online resources or even in books to teach kids on how to jump their levels ahead. So we thought, and I thought basically, if it is that much hard for us who are into well-placed positions and can afford expensive education, if we are struggling that much, how difficult it would be for millions of kids. And originally I'm coming from India, as you can tell that, and coming from India, having seen the diversity and need of education there, and living in US for 25 years, I took a turn to switch completely into education, and that's where I have been in the last 4 years. So that's a little bit about myself, why I came to this journey, and then we'll discuss more about it as we proceed through our discussion. So thank you.
Good morning, folks. My name is Adele Lalo. I'm the Senior Principal Product Manager at Western Governors University. If you're not familiar with Western Governors, we are a fully online, competency-based institution currently serving about 130, 140,000 active students. I've been with that company for about 12 years now, and growing up, I would tell you I would be a lot of things, but in education would not be one of those. I was actually down the path of studying architecture when I stumbled into this job. 12 years later, still here. I'll keep it short. I do want to let you know I'll probably be blind by the end of this panel discussion because these lights are very bright. So I'll pass it on.
Good morning. It's an honor to be with this distinguished panel today and with all of you who have survived a major pandemic and still let education continue throughout the last 1 year, 3 months. My name is Lucy Mariappa. I'm the Chief Information Officer at International Leadership of Texas. We are a charter school system at 20 campuses with 22,000 students all across the state of Texas. What makes us different is we are an innovative organization with leadership and trilingual curriculum with English, Spanish, and Chinese. About me, previously to IL Texas, I worked for top technology companies, led their global product development for 32 countries, and then worked as a consultant for Fortune 500 companies. And 12 years ago, I had a health scare, and then started wondering, what am I doing with my life? And around that time, somebody pursued me in terms of coming into education sector because there was a huge gap in technology. And that's when I decided 12 years ago to get into education sector and work for a large school district. I feel very fortunate to have that 360-degree view and expertise in terms of technology and to be able to make an impact using that expertise in the education sector. Thank you.
Good morning, and my name is Priscilla Lyles-Cox. I am the founder and CEO of Summa Consulting, LLC, which is an environmental management and sustainability company. Prior to founding Summa, I was a military officer. I actually served this great country as a public health officer for over 20 years. I also enjoyed teaching and education and also making sure that we do know that we can too make a difference when it comes to the environment in which we live. In addition to that, I'm also the National Director of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, which is located in Washington, D.C. We're 101 years old, and we do have the ability to make sure that our community is also helping others. In doing so, I am here with the panel because of the educational reach. We have over 125,000 members who are in various roles across the international sector in which we actually deliver education to them to actually helping other people excel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, as you can see, we all have different backgrounds and career paths, so we hope that as we're answering our questions that we reach each of you in a different way. We actually have met a couple times on Zoom, and when we were discussing how to manage this panel, we wanted to make sure that we were able to share successes and some ideas that we have found to be very helpful in using Edtech and lessons learned. So hopefully you'll see that theme as we go through the questions. The first question is, we've all been through the pandemic. And what did we learn? What did we do? And what were some of our successes? As we were going through the pandemic and using Edtech. And I'll go ahead and start. This is my first year at St. Teresa's. My background is infusing the design thinking model when teaching educators how to use technology, when trying to solve some problems. And so in that role, as we were in the pandemic and slowly coming out of it, we didn't have a process for when there were issues with technology or teachers resisting technology, as Dr. Jansen remarked on, and Dr. Landau definitely said, being mad. Our teachers were very mad. They were mad about all this technology being poured on them with little training and instruction. So one of the things that we did was we wanted them to be part of the solution. So we trained them on the design thinking process that we use, which is, you have a challenge, you interpret that challenge, you make a plan, you build and test it, you evolve it, then you pitch and share out. So we actually had them take a quick survey, and we put them on different tracks. We didn't want them to come in and learn about the technology, one size fits all. So they were able to pick their track on how we were going to train them to use that technology. If they were a math teacher or a business teacher, if they were a coach, if they were a staff member. We migrated to Microsoft Teams, so it was all new for everybody. And we found that to be really successful because, as we all know, we learn in different ways at different speeds, and we gave them the time to go ahead and learn that technology at their speed and their ability and their interests, because the staff member in charge of security is going to use Teams quite differently than the science teacher on the third floor. So I found that to be very successful. We got great feedback, and we continue doing that throughout the year. And we also are going to do that this summer before they come back to school. So that was just one of our successes.
Very nice. So I'll tell you from our own experience what we have done differently to survive through the pandemic and how to make a stronger impact on students and teachers. So what we did, what was different was in two aspects. One aspect was for students and second was for the teachers. But whatever we did, we just kept one thing in the mind: keep it down to the basics. Keep your technology, that whatever we are providing to school, so simple to access that people can use it effectively. And the second aspect of this was, which was designed mainly for teachers, was we all know that this generation, the younger students, older students, this generation, they are coming up, they are being raised with technology in their hands. So their ability to handle tech is far advanced compared to the teachers who have been raised in a slightly different environment. Even myself, I struggle sometimes going from one tech platform to another tech platform. So what we kept as a very, very basic fundamental was that our job is to make tech accessible for teachers as well as for students. So what we did was we paired someone from our company to the teacher wherever we are implementing this technology to a school, that how do you use it effectively. We taught them very down to the basics, and of course we had designed our infrastructure in a way that you just have one single platform to access everything. That is what helped us tremendously to survive through this COVID, because it was an academy for online learning. So we wanted to make sure that people do get access to the online. Now the important part was how do you train people? That is where we did something different. Was we found a school, we trained their teachers, we found 2 or 3 super users in that school who understands technology a little bit better compared to the others, and they were the guys or the girls who were the go-to people if any question from any faculty within that school comes up. So that model we tried, it was very successful, it was very helpful. So that is, I will definitely say we did something different to help fight this challenge.
Well, at Western Governors, it was a little different. Since its founding in 1997 by the 19 founding governors, we have been fully remote, fully online, competency-based. So when the pandemic hit, we were not built for the pandemic, but we were prepared for it. Our students are 100% off campus anyways. We don't have a campus. We have a few offices. So like I said, we did not have that same problem. The problem we did have is that we have multiple offices. We have a total staff of close to 8,000 people, again, mostly remote. But we faced the challenge of sending everyone home, everyone working remotely. And I think you sometimes don't appreciate the in-office environment until you're not in the office anymore. So we did run into a few challenges there, but to the previously mentioned solutions, we are a Microsoft shop right now. We use Teams for communications. We're just now reopening our offices to come back, but our students have not been impacted very much at all. Having said that, since we do have 130, 140,000 active students, we did find that while their school progress might not be impacted, their personal lives were impacted in many ways. So our challenge was to ensure that we are reaching out and making accommodations for our students whenever necessary in order for them to be able to deal with the pandemic in their personal lives. That was one of the major outreaches that we have done. But as far as delivery of learning to our students, nothing changed there when the pandemic started for us.
So I joined Edtech as a brand new CIO on March 16th, 2020. The first day of the national shutdown. That was my first day on the job. 2 days before that, on March 13th, I got called into a cabinet meeting by Mr. Thorson, who's the chief of staff. He's here with us today. And we were figuring out, what are we going to do with this apparent pandemic? What does it mean? We were trying to brainstorm it. And our CEO and superintendent, Mr. Eddie Conger, made it very clear to us. Not educating students is not an option. Having lost generation is not an option. So we decided on that call that we are going to flip to virtual school, and we'll do it in 5 days. Yes, 5 days. As a prospective new employee, I cheered because this was courageous leadership. Courageous leadership is what is required when we are hit with a plan we may have, but when we are hit on the gut. As I was, celebrating this courageous leadership, it took me 20 seconds to then realize, as a CIO, virtual means me. I've got to make that happen. And I've not even met my team. Don't know how many people are in my team. What are the strengths? And I was in Atlanta. And my new organization was in Texas. So as I was flying on the plane, I was actually building the technology plan. Talk about building the plane while you're flying it. That's what we went through. So we had 5 days, my team and I had 5 days to make the entire virtual flip in terms of technology happen. So as part of that, one of the main things that we wanted to do, or we had to do, was turn the entire organization into one-to-one device for 20,000 students. So we had to procure, roll out 20,000 students, devices to 20,000 students all across the big state of Texas. And then get our teachers in terms of launching their classroom, train them, get their technology ready, help them understand and set up the technology to make that happen. All this while making sure that the students as well as the staff and the entire platform was safe and secure, because that is most important. So yes, on 23rd, the 6th day, 20,000 students and 2,200 staff members flipped to virtual school, and our students started attending virtual school or remote instruction. And we went to complete virtual as an organization. We went from a brick and mortar school system to a technology company delivering education overnight. So yes, we had rolled this out. Now, how do we support it? What about grandma out there who has never touched computer? What about kindergartner Susie who has never touched computer? What do? We have to sustain this, because technology knowledge should not stand in the way of learning. I truly believe that. So in 2 days, we rolled out technology help desk and a call center with audio and video. Meaning, if grandma calls and tells, I don't know what's happening, all she needs to do is turn the computer, and we technology folks got from there. Then the next week, we started rolling out cybersecurity protocols and procedures to keep our classrooms, teachers, and students safe. Because the last thing as a mom I want is to, I want to ensure the safety and security of my kids. Also, as a mom and a CIO, I want to ensure the safety and security of my 22,000 kids. That's very important. And then the ease in the adoption of the users. So we started looking into single sign-on, and the entire landscape was on single sign-on. Now the students who have got 50 applications just have to sign in once. So every week we rolled in innovative solutions to make this successful. And this was praised by the then Education Secretary, Betsy DeVos, who came to visit us and was very happy with the successes that we had and what we had done in terms of making the virtual school happen. And from then onwards, we were also awarded with CIO 100 awards. And I think we are the only K-12 organization out there right next to IBM and all the big technology companies. So in short, courageous leadership. Let's make sure our skill, expertise, and everything that we need at the end of the day for the student success to happen is all come together, and it's done in a very collaborative way, including teachers, the leadership, and the students and the parents. Thank you.
And for me, it had a whole different or similar experience like Lucy. I walked in as the National Strategic Director for a nonprofit organization in which we go out into the community and we help others. Helping others in a number of facets. We have adopted schools, We have those extracurricular community activities that are in the non-traditional educational movement. So for us, it was very, very different in the fact that we have generationals of particular women who have been in the organization for the longest. Oldest members as far as 102 years old that are still around and kicking. So how do you get them to get email, still be able to have community service meetings, and et cetera? How can we help the adopted schools that we have adopted to assist those educators in educating, their children? Because, it's not only just about education in the classroom, it's education outside the classroom as well. So how do we continue doing community conscious, action-oriented work, as a couple of the speakers were saying earlier? Courageous leadership. My international president, Valerie Hollingsworth Baker, she had a very aggressive plan that was to get our members to be able to still communicate with user-friendly data systems. So in our plan, we automatically had a way that we were going to do it, but the pandemic actually helped us to be a little bit more assertive in our plan, a little bit speeded up a little bit. Was it rocky? Absolutely. Was there complaining? Absolutely. Did we get through it? Absolutely. We decided to do a team of regions and to help exactly with our older members who are not so much good with technology to be able to learn just the basics. And we chose systems that fit the needs of our organizations. We did not look to the left, we did not look to the right. We looked at what we were currently doing and what makes sense for our organizations. The other thing that was very important that we did was to make sure not only in communication, but also in the efficiency as well. Because although we have basics of technology, we want to make sure that it's efficient for us and what we're trying to do. We also took tasks and KPIs that made sense and redid them because the earlier ones were before pandemic, obviously. So now we have a whole nother set of everything that we have to think about. Also, the safety was #1 priority of going out into public because we could not. So how can we be as effective? How can we be as motivated? How can we be motivated, not only motivated, but also making sure that we still did what we promised that we would do in our mission statement? So we had to relook at that as well. Once we figured that out, we also went ahead and tried to look at innovative ways for the future and do partnerships. We're partnership with Google right now, which is an awesome way to help learn the basics of technology, whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Google Docs, to introduce that to the organization and making sure that not only us, that we pass this information out to the public as well and get them educated and help educators as well. Because again, we're a community conscious, action-oriented group. We believe in action, believe in transformation, and we also believe in innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the second part of the question that we want to address in the next couple minutes before we open it up to the floor. One of the silver linings of the pandemic is that we all went through this together, the whole world. We learned how it feels to be incredibly fearful and vulnerable. And in thinking about next steps, the second piece of the question is, what can be done differently with technology to be future ready? And that's going to look different for every organization. So I can just share what my organization is doing in terms of educators. We really want to make sure that we have a plan B. If there is another strand, a variant, and it affects us and we have to go remote again, we want to take away that fear or that feeling of loss of control. We want to make sure that the teachers feel as though, and the students and the parents, that they have some control, and there is a plan in place if this happens. Experiential learning is very prevalent in our Plan B. How can we infuse that, whether there's another pandemic or not? How can we have our students be future ready? With technology, that comes through, as Dr. Landau said this morning, through experiential learning. So we're looking at different pathways for our students and teachers to be more creative. And lastly, I'll just say this, the screen time has been very hard on our students in particular, their mental health. And so we're looking at creative ways to get them off technology and doing more things experiential and getting outside, even if there is a pandemic again. How can we help them with their mental health more than anything and take away some of the screen time that they are constantly having? So these are plans that we are working on this summer, professional development. We're letting teachers choose what pathway they want to research and look at. So we have a plan in place that addresses mental health, making sure our students are future ready with technology, and that our teachers feel as though they are competent and not frustrated as they were when they came back last fall.
Very nice. So to answer this question of what can we do differently going forward so that our education system is future ready, I will take ourselves back 1 year back, before pandemic. So the awareness of online education, if we go beyond US, beyond Canada, beyond all of these geographies who are a little bit advanced in their development status. So the awareness of online education was not that high, what we have seen awareness right now. So now people are aware, people are using some of the very basic stuff. And of course, that will self-propel people to learn what is online education, how to use tools and technologies, and the basic stuff will be out of the way after 1 year or maybe after 2 years. To be prepared for our future in online education, what we need to do differently is also that start thinking now how the future of education will be when they want to use advanced learning on any subject so that they can push themselves beyond their limits. What about our teachers? So that they don't have to monitor 50 kids in a classroom that, are you attending my class or not? They should be prepared a little bit more in their classroom so that they can do that through technology. They can give them advanced assessments. They can use technology to monitor the performance of 100 kids at once. And in many cases, we are still doing it actually through our academy. But can that be made so easy so that every educator anywhere in the globe can use it with just as simply as we use Facebook today? That will be the place where we want to be ready for future. And I think that's the direction we want to go.
Look, I worry a little bit because I think a lot of institutions had to quickly stand up a solution 12 months ago, a little more than 12 months ago. And because of that, I hope that one of the things we have all learned collectively is that online education is not in-person education on video, right? It's a totally different brand of education. To the tune of that I think a lot of people might have gotten a bad taste in their mouth about online education because we had to stand up things so quickly, right? Having said all of that, well, in addition to that, I think because a lot of people had to rush to a solution, I'm afraid that not everyone has created scalability, right? So we still have teachers and professors afraid of technologies. Again, because we rushed it, I'm not sure that we have properly thought through what it is going to take to scale this education. Because there will be students out there that don't ever want to come back to class. I mean, I have a 9-year-old that just finished. She was online for most of last year. She does not want to go back. She's going back, but she doesn't want to. She gets an extra 15 minutes of sleep, so why would she? So I do think there will be people, students, that do not want to go back. And I think we as an industry need to be prepared for that. We need to educate the educators. We need to make sure our systems are scalable. Sure, you can deliver 1,000 assessments, but can you deliver 100,000 assessments in the same day on the same infrastructure? I also am a little worried that, well, along those same lines, from a technology perspective, remember, building it is mostly the cheap part. Maintaining it and upgrading it as we go along is usually the most expensive part, the most vigorous part of the process. So again, from a Western governor's perspective, we're set up for success there, but my worry for the industry is that online education in general will get a bad rep because we had to rush it.
Like Adele, I'm a warrior in this topic as well. In terms of technology adoption in K-12, even before the pandemic, we were nowhere close to be where we needed to be. And that's one of the main reasons I came into education sector as well. There's a huge gap in terms of how technology is adopted in K-12 as an industry itself. Now, when the pandemic came, what that did was it zoomed in to the technology status in each of our organizations. How good or bad you were was exposed. And here, now, the public is asking you, why are you not ready? Why can you not be ready? Right? We all were put into that, shoes where the CEOs and superintendents had to come up and answer, oh, we have not taken care of that in terms of technology. And they were asked, why not? A pandemic was required for us to think about technology seriously. Now that, we are at the end, hopefully end of the pandemic, what we need to do is learn from our lessons that we went through in the last 13 months. And I worry sometimes that will be just put in the back burner and we lead our lives again like as if nothing happened. We can't let that happen. So in terms of if we want to be future ready, start with the basics. How are we? We have to look into our basic technology infrastructure. It's not just about rolling an application, rolling an online class. It's not about that. For that to happen, we have to have our basic technology infrastructure, our networks, our infrastructure, our systems, the integration between the systems. We, in most of our organizations, we have siloed systems. They're not integrated. So basic infrastructure, the operation, the integration of our systems, everything has to come together to create the foundational pieces for us to then be able to build on and scale for our application level, which is Edtech. So yes, this topic might be, are we ready in terms of Edtech? But my question to you all is, are we ready in terms of technology as a whole? Edtech just sits on top. There's a basic infrastructure piece, there's a basic readiness in terms of skills and expertise, and a basic readiness in terms of all this integrated so that when we want to roll out solutions, we can easily. Otherwise, without having these foundational pieces, we're not going to get there. So I want each of us to go back and think about what is our current landscape. Where do we want to get to? Do the gap analysis in terms of where are we missing and start thinking about how can we bridge it together. We have to be technology ready because we can't be waiting for another pandemic to again expose us, and then the same public will ask, what did you learn, what did you do, and why are we here again? So being technology future ready starts from right now, starts from working on it, getting the right skill and expertise people into our K-12 environment. We have not taken technology seriously. It's not just a bunch of people. You need to have this skills and expertise who will then get to understand and plan, okay, how should this actually be done? A lot of K-12 organizations compare themselves to another K-12 organization. Okay, great, but that's not all. We have to think about what is the best industry practice out there, whether corporate, K-12, public sector. We have to get to be the best, not just the next door neighbor. Thank you.
And to wrap it up, I would say that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, basically. I have 6 steps that I wanted to share into lessons learned from both my organization, the one that I actually am the CEO of, and also the National Strategic Director job that I do for my nonprofit. One of the things we did was define our, step 1, define our strategic framework. A framework for anything should be embedded into yourselves as well as the members of your organization. It should be in everything that you do. Then you have build a plan. Now, how you build a plan is you get all those key stakeholders that Lucy is talking about and what Adele is talking about. You get them all together, and you pretty much pick their brains on what they know. Because guess what? They're the ones that are at the grassroots of your organization. They know exactly what works and what doesn't work. I had a couple of times, even here, while I'm at this conference, I had 2 of my employees actually called me and told me that the plan that we had before wasn't working, and I told them to go back to the drawing board. You have to be able to entrust the people that you have to do that job, to do their job. Then we have defining those KPIs. You take what all of this is together. It's one of the oldest management systems that we have. It is to keep us honest and to keep us successful in what we actually say we're going to do. So with those KPIs, they could be very simple. They don't have to be very complex. It could be something that, it should be something that everybody should understand. And on top of that, you establish the strategic rhythm. what types of reporting systems are you going to do? How many times a month are you going to check on this? You don't wait to the last minute, kind of like how most of us are feeling now, to where, oh, I'm going to get to that. Oh, we can do this later. And then it becomes el photo when you try to roll it out. Then you also have to implement consistent, simple strategy reports. Like, so when you finish with these different reports every monthly, there should be a roll-up to that, to saying, okay, let's really sit back down and have a strategic talk as to, is this really working for our organization? And the neighboring things that Lucy has talked about and I mentioned earlier about keeping that frontal road to making sure that everything is not cookie cutter in your organization. It sounds great in theory that other people are doing other things, but does that really work for the organization that you have? And you have to meet people where they are and be very honest and open about what you have in front of you. And sometimes I think we lose sight of that. It's like what Adele said earlier as far as rushing. Once we find that out, all of a sudden now we want to rush and do something, which it does not work at all. You should be able to articulate your plan and be able to have flexibility in your plan, because just because you plan down something doesn't mean that you can't go back and readjust it, and that's what strategies and strategic plans actually do. They actually, it's a living, breathing document. So don't get so caught up into, oh my gosh, it's not like this. Well, things could happen. That's why you have those people there that are in the grassroots part of your organization to help you see where you need to shift left or right. And then you need to be that particular leader, have, courageous self-perseverance, and to say, you know what, that's not working quite as well. I think I might want to try a different way, because there's definitely more than one way of doing something. And actually have respect into when you do get something or report there's something that you don't want to hear, you probably want to listen to it anyway, because you might learn something, just like how we did in this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. How many of us have strategic plans we haven't looked at in a while? It seems like it's just a checklist. Oh, I have a 3 to 5 year strategic plan, and yeah, I'll kind of look at it yearly. So that's a great point to make. We have about 10 minutes left, so we would love to open it up to the floor. If you have a question for the group, for us, we would love to hear what that question is and facilitate a conversation. So we actually have a mic for you. So if you will please stand if you have a question, and then we'll have one of our wonderful people come give you that mic.
Hi, I have a question, I think primarily for the fifth speaker. What in fact are your KPIs? What are the specific metrics that you are using to gauge learning during the pandemic? Because, as we know, I teach at the University of Washington, and when we went online, all of a sudden, we had people telling us from the frats and such, it's the Wild West of cheating, people are searching for answers, open book, open note, oh my gosh. How are you gauging that students are actually learning, or what exactly are you measuring?
Was that for me? Oh, okay. I'm like, oh wow, really, Lucy? For us, for our organization, what we did was, again, we kept them very, very, very simple. It was something like 98% of our members would be engaged or not engaged into the technology system that we put out. And how we did it, we built in a system to where we can actually get the clicks as to how many courses that they're clicking on, how difficult it was, and we had all this great background information with analytics that actually could tell like where a person got stumped on, how far did they finish through the module, and et cetera. So we took that information and we briefed that every month or so just to see how we're doing with that particular module or with that particular technology. Then we also put out a survey as well after the course is done to say, hey, what do you think about this course? Was it difficult for you to get in? If it did, can you elaborate on how difficult was it for you to move through the module, and particularly which one? We took that feedback and then we looked at what we had, and then we made adjustments from there. If the adjustments didn't work, we basically just went ahead to a more simpler system, because we try to weigh out those who are not technology sound into those who are a little bit more. And then we have like the baseline where we call our experts. And we built a team around that to where, again, a call desk was made. We have like consultants that are throughout each region, and that's the way how we pretty much did that. And that's just with one example.
All right, someone else?
And there are ways.
Oh, go ahead.
Just wanted to add to that. You said it's the Wild West of being cheating. It can be. There are a lot of very good and creative ways to secure that delivery of learning, and it's a long discussion, but we can talk if you'd like. What's that? Oh, there are a lot of companies in that industry.
Okay. Who was next? I think
Yep.
right here in the white.
Hi, okay, so my name is Stephanie, and I'm the founder and CEO of Matrix Tutors, and we are an Edtech startup. So this is actually an incredible conversation that I just got to experience, so thank you so much for sharing everything. So right now we are in the process of hologramming teachers into the homes of students, and we are creating that gap or the bridge in between what is going from in-person learning to going into that virtual learning. And the pandemic was the perfect scenario that told us, hey, we're here, we're in the future, and technology is what we need to go looking forward, but now how do we do a solution that is not gonna affect so much the emotional intelligence and emotional factor as well of students, and the fact that they're more socially separated, right? Okay, so something that made me think about was, what if students are born into that world? They won't know any better. The ones that are really getting hit in terms of like their mental health are those that knew better from before or knew that actual interaction. So a solution that I believe that could be a solution to that is the interaction of what Kristen Jensen, she spoke earlier today, is that virtual reality is something that we're also looking ahead in about like 10 years down the road. That's a monster. But could it be that the actual solution is to incorporate sensory experience in virtual reality? Because what makes the emotions is that senses. So, you know, I definitely did want to hear your perspective upon that and what would be the solution to grab that. I think first speaker, you did mention a little bit more about that mental health aspect. So, you know, if I can hear your perspective, I think that I would really appreciate that.
Sure, and you know, you hit such an important point of using technology effectively. It's the whole body experience, you know, and what we've seen is students on the other side of a screen with their screens off, they're blacked out, they're not engaged, they have checked out, they're cheating, they're not happy. If they are engaged, the teacher's trying to get in as much as they can through that screen, and it's a sit and get. It's not an experience for them. So you're exactly right. It's hard to have that emotional tie with a student that you can't physically be with. And so I think that's really important. We're gonna have to find a way to make the emotional experience just as important as the academic experience. And we're gonna have to keep moving forward and trying different things and educating our teachers on why this is incredibly important. Because we have an epidemic of mental health issues right now because of the pandemic. And we have to address those before we can help our students be future ready. So I do like the idea of the hologram of the teacher being able to come into the student's environment if they want to stay at home and learn. You know, our students are our clients. And I think sometimes we forget that as teachers. So we have to make sure we're catering to their needs and interests and abilities. So I really appreciate that comment. I don't know if that answers your question or if anyone else wants to.
Well, I was just gonna, am I on? I never know if I'm on. The same warning from earlier. I'm a huge proponent of let's go explore, build new stuff, right? My only worry is, does that raise prices? Is it accessible? Is it sustainable long term? Having said that, I think it's incredible that, you know, companies like yours sounds like are out there and trying to hologram people into a room. I mean, that's awesome. That's just fun. I will always caution us, let's make sure while we're doing it, that while we're doing it for fun, it is also scalable and accessible to people. Because once it's not accessible, it doesn't matter how cool it is.
I will also add one more point to that. Accessibility, being in front of students who are our ultimate clients, along with the teachers, all of those are fantastic. But in our experience, what we found as the single most important thing what kids want, what students want, is the the presence of teacher is good, engagement is good, but they also want content, what they are learning, how differently they are learning, and is that learning, the education that they are getting, can they apply to advance their careers, advance their skills, to get into higher competitive exams, clear those exams. So no matter how cool we make it, if the technology doesn't deliver the content along with the presence of the human being in a hologram way, there will be very few takers to adopt it. And that has been one of our strongest learning being in EdTech in last 20 years. Parents are so much involved in their kids' education that they watch, they monitor how are their kids learning. And they will spend any amount of money to do that. I'll give you an example that we came across a client, and I won't put the geography or names in the picture, but that client was willing to spend 4 times of his annual earning towards his kid's education so that his kid could get into an engineering program. So there are people like that too. So they value content more than anything else.
I want to play with your technology. We got to talk. That sounds awesome.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We have time for one more, I believe, if you want to pass it off to the lady behind you.
Good morning, afternoon. I don't know. I'm from East Coast, so it's afternoon my time. But I want to, first of all, say kudos to you all for getting through the pandemic in the situations that you've described. It's very, very intriguing to me as a former charter school leader to look at where we've come in just a year in education, where it's forced us to be. One of the things that I wanted to kind of speak to, and I guess it sort of tags along with the comment that the young lady just mentioned, and that is, are we collaborating with virtual education entities that have existed for 15, 20 years to find out how are they doing it and what are their best practices? Because I know that they definitely have a very large market across our country, across our world, and it's very, very successful, and I've worked with them. And so I know that there are many strategies that they have, and I think sometimes in education we get in silos and we try to figure it out all on our own as if it's brand new, but sometimes I think it's better to have a thought or a think tank, if you will, of experts so that we can all come together and see who's been doing the work already and what are some of their lessons learned and best practices that they can share.
Very valid point.
I think Lucy.
Okay. Thank you for the question. So one of the biggest void we have between education and EdTech products is there is a gap of products and actually having that work well with education. Meaning, a lot of corporate products are designed and they just dummy it down or water it down and say education, like Google, education, something else in education, but it's not actually designed for education. It's just a sideline product. They just take the main corporate product and then give a little bit of features and say for education. And a lot of the times it does not work for us. Now on the virtual education piece, the product that exists, yes, that many of those products are designed in a way thinking that this is already virtual education, this is our market. So there is a huge market of in-person education where they have not thought about the real life scenario, what happens in the classroom in an in-person situation. So there is that wide gap between education, EdTech, technology products, and virtual education. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so what we at IL Texas, what we also did is rolled out remote instruction, which is our virtual school, and it performed awesome. Again, these kind of education programs are also reliant on funding, even though it is charter. So there's so much that needs to be thought about because our public education systems are also limiting the funding for virtual charter school systems. In Texas, that has already happened in terms of going away from it. So what has to happen is, yes, we need to talk about funding. We need to talk about charter schools collaborating with each other to understand and to learn. And then the other step is the void that we talked about, to be all brought together to collaborate and support. But that's an excellent question, because that's where we have a lot of work to do. It's not been done.
And for me, just to tag on, it's one of those things that you have to, again, you have to go back and see where you want to be in the next couple of years in your plan. The call that I was just mentioning about earlier was myself, actually, for my organization, which I'm the CEO of. I literally had to really think about what was the main impact and what was my mission. What do I really want to do? What message do I want to put out? Once I had that, my team came back and told me the company that we were looking at, because we did search and shop around, who's doing this better than what we could do, because right now we're like slow as a snail. So, but the information, especially about climate change, is really important right now. So how can I make an impact? So we found 2 companies, and what they told me was that the company was not in alignment with my values and what I wanted. And I said, well, go back to the drawing board. I trust you guys to go back and find 2 other companies that can actually align with what the company is going to do, what the message we want to partake, and then even if we just start with one course, maybe we don't do a whole suite of everything. Just started with something that's basic that I can get out, and then that will attract to being more and help us to get that funding that we need for the software to go ahead and actually build for more courses into a nice virtual academy. So we're in the process right now of doing that, but yes, we did do that. And as far as for my nonprofit, the same exact thing. We're shopping around because we found out that during our information from our key stakeholders and our KPI, that in order for us to get to where we want to go, we can't do it by ourselves, because we're not traditionally Edtech or a virtual school per se. So we will have to take the advice from other people, which they have, and they're drawing up plans for us right now.
I think the short answer to your question is no, there's not enough collaboration. That's where we are right now. There's some, but there's nowhere near enough. Because as you said, we have all failed 1,000 times. We don't need to each fail 1,000 times, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you all. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but we will be around if you have any questions specifically for us. I want to thank my colleagues. It's been so fun getting to know them and for being prepared and sharing your expertise. I want to thank you all for being here, and I want to thank GFEL just for bringing us together. Such a timely, it's just timely that we're all here together and working through these issues. So have a great day. Let's keep these conversations going, and we'll be around. So thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Once again for our panelists. How about that, huh? All right. Just before we break for lunch, we would love to get your smiling faces in a picture. So if I could get everybody to please come on up to the front here and just sort of gather up and conjugate here in the front. We have our pro photographer in the back, just for our website and whatnot. We appreciate you. Well, you got to take a picture. Then you're done. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys. I could take probably a few on stage, and I don't want the stage to crumble.
I don't either.
That makes it right. My health insurance does not cover that, mostly because this job doesn't give me health insurance. So.
Yeah, okay.
Just kidding. All right. Everybody in? Probably squeeze in here too, if you like. All right. Should we do a 1, 2, 3, Mr. Photographer? All right. All right, here we go. 1. Everybody say roast beef. Thanks, guys. Also, lunch will be served, and I know they want to take a huge group picture of everybody outside the doors, so if you don't mind joining us for that real quick, and then lunch will be an hour, and we'll see you here after that. So, lots of pictures today, but hey. I'm good. How are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll join us right outside the room for a quick conference photo, we'd really appreciate it. So come on outside, go to your left, and join us for the conference photo, and then we'll be serving lunch. Thank you.
As learning scientists, we like to look at models that have meaning, particularly for the
Hello, folks. Welcome back from lunch. If I could have you take your seats, please. Hope you enjoyed the lunchtime hour, the photograph session, the whole nine. Anybody feel like taking a nap? I hope not, because up next, Kathy Colby says, success is the freedom to be yourself. Gail Swift has been a student of human behavior for 15 years. She's a certified life coach, Colby consultant, and most recently, one of 15 people hand-selected to work with youth and their innate pattern for taking action. With her segment, while her segment is titled Breaking Barriers to Student Engagement, Gail will share with us 3 stories that prove knowing your pattern that predicts your path keeps students engaged, while she will explain that third part of the mind is and why it makes a difference when a student knows and can articulate why they need to be successful. You'll learn that you were born with a pattern of taking action that does not change over time. When you are finished listening to these powerful examples of problem solving and will and tenacity, you too will want to know what is perfectly unchanging about how you naturally take action. Keynote speaker, Gail Swift, president of Plans to Prosper Coaching. Please give her a big round of applause. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much for coming back from lunch. We are all born with a pattern of taking action. We're born with it. It does not change over time. It does not identify your weakness. It does not suggest that something is wrong that needs to be changed. Additionally, it does not tell you what you can or cannot do. And finally, it does not tell you who in life is going to be more successful than another. In 1987, Kathy Colby developed what's called the Colby A Index. The Colby A Index measures your instincts. Her dad developed the Wonderlic IQ test, or mental ability test, as he called it. She would help him with all the paperwork, developing this cognitive assessment. And one day when she was in school learning about Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates, she said, "You know what, Dad? There are 3 parts of the mind. You're working with one of them. I've noticed that there are other ways people are successful besides taking tests and being an extrovert or an introvert. I want to study that." Kathy Colby's dyslexic. Her dad said, "Go for it. Study away." 20 years later, she developed a way to test the instincts, which are a subconscious force, until they're not. And they're not when they're ignited. When you put yourself into a state of having to decide how to solve a problem, you ignite your instincts, and out pops a 4-digit number we are going to call a pattern. That pattern does not change, and it is perfect inside every one of you. In a couple stories from now, I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to ask some questions, and then I'm going to wrap up with a final story, but I wanted to give you that heads up. I discovered my pattern when I was 18, and for the first time in my life, I had someone sit across the table from me and tell me that your last minute is okay. You can be last minute and you can be random. You don't have to do things in order. What? Because I've just learned for the last 10 years that that's wrong, not to do things in order. Now you're telling me that that's in me and it can't change over time? I was told I didn't need as much detail as my parents to solve a problem, and that was okay. The other thing I was told is I didn't need to finish everything I started. Can you tell my teachers that? All of them? That's how this information has affected my life. I'm going to share with you 3 examples, real life examples of how it's affected others. 2 items need to be present before someone decides to find this out. The first item they need to have is that they don't have all the answers. Second item that needs to be present is that they see something amazing in someone else that's different than themselves. And instead of trying to make it different or fix it, they want to understand it. Have you ever been in a classroom or in a home and people argue and they kind of bicker and they're at each other, whether it's a husband and wife or whether it's kids and parents or teachers and students or students and students? What if you had proof out in front of you and you were holding it of how every single person took action? Would that eliminate the arguing? Would you believe it? Would you trust it? Or would you at least test it? This is where Landon and his mother were when they decided to find out their pattern that predicts their path. They were constantly bickering and fighting. She said, Landon, you've got to look this up. You've got to have 3 sources to cite this paper. You need more details. You need to check your grammar. He's like, no, Mom, I don't do it that way. No, that's not myself. She's like, if you want to pass school, this is what needs to happen. Landon was a baseball player. So when he was playing baseball, he started second-guessing himself on the field. Can you pull up Landon's pattern, Mike? Landon realized that his natural gift on the field wasn't what he was focusing on. He was having a hard time in judging himself because Landon has a need to keep things pretty stable in his life. Not a lot of surprises. So on the field, when he was told to try this and experiment with that and do that, it wasn't natural for him. So his confidence went down. The last thing the family was concerned about is if Landon would graduate at all. Could he really make it in the world? When they saw the pattern, when they took and saw what was absolutely perfect about how Landon works, this is what came up. And the mom instantly said, oh my goodness, that's why I need the details. I need those, but Landon does not need the details to make his absolute best decision. And when Landon held his pattern that predicts his path out in front of him, he said, oh my gosh, I'm so good at baseball speed and trajectory and how fast people are going and if they're going to make it around and in what time. He leaned into how he works when free to be himself. What do you think happened? His confidence went up on the field. He's like, I can do this. His coach gave him accolades and his teammates were cheering him on because he leaned in instead of trying to make it different. This is innate. It's not going anywhere. So why would you try and bang your head against a wall and make it any different? They were super concerned about Landon graduating. This is huge. His parents decided, you can do it. They gave him the baton. They saw his pattern that predicts his path. They're like, go ahead, Landon. I know you can do this. I know you've got this. Landon's like, oh man, I don't know if I do. This is really hard. He almost flunked out. Landon called his teachers to get extra homework. Landon got his GPA up. And Landon trusted his pattern that predicts his path. Guess what Landon is doing today? He is enrolled in a sports medicine track for next year. He graduated. Yes. Yes, he did. I went up to Sydney. I said, Sydney, what are you so excited about? What do you love in life? Tell me now. Her answer, it was exciting, like watching paint dry or eating grass. And it was like steadfastness, I would say, of a life sentence in prison. This is what the teenager says. I don't know. Do I need to know? Do I need to know now? That Sunday, Sydney was playing football. She went out for a pass. She was about to catch the pass. And as she turned to run it into the end zone, she snapped her ACL and she was out. She was out. She was out for months. While she was out, rehabbing her knee, she was thinking of all the people that didn't have limbs. She was thankful that she had the use of her limbs. She loved science already. Now she was starting to love body mechanics. As she was rehabbing and thinking about going back to school, she was getting depressed because she was on crutches. Someone had to carry her books. She was like, how can I do this? I really don't want to go back to school. Her parents thought it would be a good idea to know her pattern that predicts her path. Sydney has a natural need for details, which is the red. She has a natural need for systems and organization. So what that means is her grades were strong naturally, but the pattern for her path was weak. So when she discovered her pattern, and she was looking at it, and she's like, oh, okay, yep, that's why school's easy. And I said, Sydney, you might want to tell your friends not to throw you a surprise party. And when people change things at the last minute, does that stress you out? She said, absolutely. It does stress me out. I need to keep things even keel, and I don't want a lot of surprises. And lastly, Sydney has a need to get her hands on the environment. She has a need to touch things and create things with her hands. So here we have a girl at the beginning of the conversation who didn't know what she wanted, typical teenager. Her injury created her motivation to learn about body mechanics with her bend in science. Now that she knows her pattern that predicts her path, what do you think Sydney's doing today? She's making prosthetic limbs because she knew her pattern that predicted her path. Before I tell you the last story, I've got a few minutes for some questions if anyone has any. If you don't, that's okay. Okay? I'm done. I don't want to go to school anymore. I hate school. I feel ridiculous every time I go. I have to sit there for 7 hours. I can't touch anything. I'm done and I hate it and I'm not going back. This is what Tyler said when he came home from the 3rd grade. You know what was the most difficult thing that his parents said about that whole encounter? The light went out of his eyes. The light for learning went out of his eyes. He was done. And this wasn't today. This had been going on for years. Crying, frustrated, not wanting to read and do story time at night. His parents thought, I want to understand my child. I want to understand how he works. I want to discover his pattern. So they did. When they saw Tyler's pattern, they weren't surprised, but it's pretty much the exact opposite of Sydney's pattern. Tyler is a natural physical risk taker. How in the world is he going to be successful in school with a physical risk taker, an innate ability that you cannot change over time? This is his pattern that predicts his path that doesn't change. How is he going to be successful when he has very little need for detail, very little need for a plan? He needs to be physically active and take risks. As the three of them, the parents and the child, were brainstorming, they decided to take their plight into the school. And they went into the teacher. The four of them were talking, showing him the pattern. Tyler said, I want to be the go-to guy. I want to be that kid. Teacher's like, what does that mean? What's the go-to guy? I want to be the kid that fixes things. I want to be the kid that changes the light bulbs, turns the clocks back, fixes the desks when they're broken. Can I do that, please? I can get up and move around, and then I can sit there when I have to sit there, because I don't really want to sit there in the first place. Teacher kind of looked at him like, could have gone either way, right? Yes. Yes, you can, Tyler. Yes, you can be the fix-it guy. Yes, you can. And so he did. He was the fix-it guy. A couple years later, he came home from school, and his parents noticed he wasn't bringing any homework sheets home. Tyler knows his pattern that predicts his path, so he is deciding for himself with the consequences. He said, I know, I'm not, I took the 10% ding. Parents are like, 10% ding on what? Well, when they keep giving me these homework sheets, Mom, I can't play. So I asked the teacher, how much is it going to cost me if I don't do the homework? And she said 10%. I'll take it. And the light came back into his eyes. Would that be worth it to you to take the 10% ding to get the light back into the eyes? A few years later, his parents kept me apprised of Tyler's gifts. And he wanted to enter a school to build and create. He was a construction kid. He had to get good grades to get into this school. He had to write papers. He needed to read paragraphs. And he figured out that when he uses all his gifts, he really sleeps well. But when he wakes up in the morning, he is best. So he decided to do his hardest work right when he wakes up. Why not? I'm going to do the toughest thing first because I have all my energy. To write papers, he uses his gaming headset to talk text and write the papers. The last hack that he does is when he has long paragraphs to read, he highlights them and puts them into Google Translate, and Google Translate reads it back to him. His retention is off the charts. Tyler's pattern predicts his path. Guess what Tyler is doing today? He is starting a welding school in 2 weeks, and his grades got up, so he'll be on a construction track in the school of his choice in the fall. Way to go, T-Bug. Way to go, Tyler. So Landon, Sydney, and Tyler, unengaged, disinterested, until they saw their pattern that predicts their path, that isn't going anywhere. It is solid, not changing over time. Each of them has a pattern, just like each of you have a pattern. Your pattern predicts your power to grow, your power to learn, and your power to succeed. Your power to grow comes from your bright eyes to be curious and learning. And your power to succeed is you knowing what you will and will not do naturally. Not what you like, what you will and will not do naturally. And lastly, you will be most successful when you know and follow your perfect pattern for taking action. Thank you.
Time for Gail, please. Extremely important subject right there. Now let's move on to the second panel discussion of the day. Through this session, you will get to know how e-learning can play a very significant role in cutting down our carbon footprint. I would like to request Ms. Neetu Rishi, CEO and founder of the Success Door, to come on up on stage and take the discussion forward. The topic, e-learning for environmental sustainability. Neetu. And there's your mic's there. Have fun, guys.
Hello, Vegas. How are you all?
Is it on?
Awesome. I didn't even say the choices. I thought I'll give you 4 choices. The first, good. Second, better. Third, awesome. And fourth, all of the above. D. I had 3 reasons to choose either C or D. First, I'm in Vegas. Second, you are in Vegas. And the third, we all are in Vegas. So now tell me, how are you? Awesome. That makes me comfortable that you're not feeling sleepy. You had good food. All right, so let's start with the business. Let's start with the work for which we all are here for the panel discussion. Formally introducing myself, my name is Neetu Rishi. Forget that introduction. I call myself a passionpreneur because I converted my passion to profession which pays my bills, thankfully. But people call me as startup mentor because I work with young kids. I want them to be a part of such a conference and speak here. My youngest, I guess, is a 6-year-old who published a book and paid all the royalty to charity. Isn't that amazing? Thank you. And I gave myself a goal that I'm going to reach out to 5,000 students till December 2022 and shape up their future. And I'm trying my level best. I know your wishes are with me. Now, introducing my team members, we have Ms. Taruna Ramani. She is the one who has started a movement to level the power of communication for the success that someone truly deserves. She's the founder of Power Speakers Unlimited. A round of applause for her, please. Then on right, we have Mr. Greg Bybee. He's the founder and CEO of Evela, which makes a platform for countable decision-making in education. He's also the founder of Polyscribe and a board member of Leadership High. There are many more things to talk about, but I'll condense it. A round of applause for Mr. Greg. Then on my left, we have Mr. Dennis Johnson. He is a passionpreneur. He mentors young adults in transportation technology. Exciting. I got to get a lot of information from him. A round of applause for him, please. And then last but not the least, we have Mr. Clinton on the extreme, if you see. He is the CEO and founder at Clinton Harris Coaching, best-selling author of many books, but I'll pick only two, A Collective Breath and Obstacle Equals Opportunities Too. They're all available on Amazon. Feel free to buy them. With that, you didn't give a round of applause to him. All right, thank you. So I'll take a seat. And let's start with the discussion. The topic for today we have is e-learning for environmental sustainability. Now this takes me back to a little story. I'm a storyteller. It was 13th of March 2020 when I was with my advisory group. We all know that was the time when COVID hit all of us. So my advisory group, few of people said, let's take a break from this work. Some said, let's find an alternative business. Let's keep a hybrid option. How will you teach kids? How will you teach entrepreneurship online? But that reminded me, there is a movie in my native language, I'm from India, in which there's a dialogue which says, people look for opportunities. They work hard to get the opportunities. But I am the one who works hard and leaves no stone unturned when I get the opportunity. And that made me work on it. I remodeled all my curriculum, and here I am. Now I have global audience, I have global kids, and I am in a global conference. All right, so I'll be asking a few questions. I got a chance this morning to get some questions from the audience, which will help us to go in sync with all of you. So I think, Dennis, I have a question for you. Does online learning work for everyone? If yes, how is it different for different learners, different age groups or categories?
So let me answer the first question. Online learning definitely does not work for everyone. My particular career is transportation technology, which means it's a lot of discovery learning, and it's hard to transmit that over an online platform only. We do use online platform, but it's something that you actually have to. Initially, I started trying to just do what we did in person and just apply it online. And that was a great failure. So we had to come up with ways to allow students to work online who were tactical. So that meant we would have to send home items for them to actually do the tactical lab exercises while I demonstrated it on a camera, which meant I had to learn how to be a videographer. Everything was live, so that kind of transformed how we did education that way. So it's not for everyone. For those who are self-directed and want to kind of self-pace, it meant that, just like you were saying, all the curriculum had to be restructured, and some were maybe at a lower pace and some would a little higher, so you allowed all the students to kind of work at their pace, but kind of set a bar where you can encourage them to step up. But yeah, it's definitely a challenge.
Very nice, yes. I also believe that because in the crowd, including me, there are few who are old school kind of people who are not very Edtech, right? But at the same time, Greg, I think you can answer this better. How can online learning be better than in person?
Well, I think, Dennis, you said it perfectly, which is you can't just try to translate what's being done in person directly online. I spent actually the first half of my career in education working in online learning. So I was at Coursera and then NovoEd, working with universities to sort of translate courses. And when we started, we put a camera in the back of the room and we recorded it, right? Slides, lecture, sage on the stage style. And we actually used to joke that we did a great job of replicating in-person learning, and we had pictures of audiences falling asleep in large lecture halls. And what we realized is, like, actually what makes for good learning is kind of the hands-on, experiential, constructivist, like you're really getting into it. And so we've got to think about, well, how can online be different than in person? And I think that's where you can actually find there's actually some places where online can be better. For instance, one of the programs we built was, we did a lot of business programs, online MBAs, executive degrees. I think a lot of that type of training can be better online because you're able to spread it out over a longer period of time and be able to practice the skills you're learning in the real world. So like I did my MBA and I remember learning how to give feedback, or actually the hardest thing was like learning how to fire someone, very difficult thing. And I sat in the lecture hall and even in the small workshops where we rehearsed it and we role played and I was like, okay, I got it. I learned the rules, I passed the test, I aced it, okay, I'm ready. A few years later in the real world, I have to try this. And it's just so much harder. And I really wish I could have gone back to my business school professor and been like, wait a minute, that's not how it works. It's not that easy. I want to ask some questions. I want to push back. I want to challenge. What you can do in an online environment is these MBAs now get spread over 4 or 5 years, and you do it while you're working. And so you're actually able to try the things you're learning in the classroom, in the virtual classroom, in the real world, and then come back to the class and say, hey, I've got some questions, this didn't work. And you actually make it a lot more kind of personalized and applied. And so that's just one example, but I look for ways that you can leverage the fact that you can do the work from anywhere, and you can do it while you're working and find out how that can actually make the learning more effective by making it more applied.
Right. More challenging for the educators, I guess. But I'm sure, Clinton, you have a lot of experience with, because you also converted all the things to online. What's your perspective towards this?
Online learning, of course, is not meant for everyone, as stated before. I work with a school right now. I correspond with a lot of schools, but namely one called REMCAD, Rocky Mountain College of Art and Design. And through them, I've learned that, it is possible to integrate and combine, not just in a hybrid format, but combine a student learning atmosphere, so to speak. So the ground students there actually are required to spend time with online students and vice versa. So everyone has that overall experience of being there, learning there, and interacting with one another so they actually get that full experience. With that being said, it is shown me that this can be something that we can go ahead and spread across many avenues of learning, not just in schools, through didactic work, but also to help gain that experience that people are seeking or students are seeking, and go ahead and get that relevant experience in their work experience, in their life experience as well.
I think yes, because of COVID, this e-learning took a front seat. Now, that gives rise to another question, that should schools promote e-learning too, even after COVID? And if yes, to what extent? I think you would like to answer this.
It's something we've been discussing in our region, the Southern California, all of California, other states, and we've all kind of looked at, okay, August is coming, and yes, we're going to continue on with e-learning. Many parents, I heard in a session earlier today, they're not going to want to send their kids back to school in the traditional format. However, there's a lot of benefits from online learning to go along with the challenges. So one of the things we're looking at doing is having students do certain parts of their practical application at home or from the beach, as some of my students were. They had the camera on. I can see them. They would go have their fun and do their theory portions in a natural environment, and then they will come on campus. And that's where we kind of adopted the hybrid portion and do their tactical lab operations that way. But yeah, definitely moving forward. I don't see it. We always say we're going back to the old way, but I think it's going to be a new normal, and the new normal will be quite a bit mixed with what we used to do, combined with what we had to do March 13th, 2020, when COVID kind of just slammed us all in the face as educators. So,
yeah. And this reminds me, when this online platform started and one of my students had a virtual background of a beach, I said, how come I went to a beach and there wasn't good Wi-Fi? How are you able to take a class? Ms. Neetu, this is a virtual background. I said, okay, thankfully. So we learned from kids. But this was about school. When we talk about the universities, because they have that traditional, settings laid out from years, continued. So will they be also disrupted? Clinton, what do you think about that?
I don't think traditional schools will be disruptive. Actually, I think it'll help them grow. With that being said, online is actually the fastest growing method or mode of school in today's world. It does not take away from the schools. It actually adds another facet to their capability of growing students in another way. Are there negatives to it? Absolutely. Are there positives? There may be more positives than negatives in the sense that individuals can have an asynchronous learning format where they can go to school anytime, day or night they choose to, and still earn that degree, still keep their life, and still be able to move forward. So universities won't be disrupted. They'll actually use that as a tool to move forward and grow, in my opinion.
Greg, you are also working with universities. So what are your take on this context? Will the universities, the traditional method, be disrupted?
I think, well, it's interesting, the idea of like traditional method, I think a lot of folks, myself included, when we think of university, we think of the traditional four-year residential experience, but that's actually not the normal experience for most people in our country. I think what's going to happen is schools have to differentiate and have to specialize. And the people who are going to be the most disrupted are some of the community colleges where their primary competitive advantage was location, right? They were, there's one in each community, it's nearby, it's affordable. What's going to happen is every university is now nearby, because I think most universities will have an online component that you can do. And those online components in many cases are quite affordable. So it's going to create some competition where you've got to actually differentiate on outcomes. And you're going to start to see employers in a community, and they're going to judge, like, do graduates from that school, how do they compare to graduates who did their degree online? So I think this is going to be a great thing, because it's finally going to create a lot of competition for schools that haven't typically had it.
Right.
Now, for the long, the sort of elite schools, the residential four-year schools with campuses and football programs and athletics, I think they're going to be just fine. They'll have to innovate on the edges. They'll find new ways, and they've already done it. I'm actually very impressed at how quickly schools have moved to online. They all started with like a class, like a MOOC, and then they dabbled with certificate programs, and now they're moving into full online degrees. And so I think this is going to be more of a hybrid model where you're going to see both, and people will choose whatever's best for them.
I guess yes, because when I started this online learning, I thought I'm the pioneer, but then I saw, oh, everybody is doing that. Means it's not only me who came out of the comfort zone. It is definitely, but everybody is doing that, and now that is with ease. But I think circumstances also make a difference. So this directs me to Taruna. That sorry. Do you think that there are circumstances where online learning is not appropriate? Or maybe to simplify my question, when is in-person a better option or online a better option? What are your thoughts on that?
See, I honestly feel that up until COVID, we were not even thinking about this. We were not thinking that there was an alternate method of teaching. And then COVID happened. And up until then, I was not thinking about it either. But now I realize that this has opened opportunities for so many children or so many learners who wanted to do things, but it was not accessible to them. So online learning has opened it for them. But if you were to ask me in what circumstances is online learning not appropriate, before COVID, I would have given you a list of areas where online learning could not work, but so many areas we are making it work now. So there is a way, not just a way out, there is a way to go about things is what I strongly feel. And I also feel that student engagement is super important, whether you're doing it in class or you are doing it online. If you are able to engage your students, if you are able to create that curiosity in them and the sense of engagement, learning will happen. So certain fields like STEM fields might not be traditionally okay for online learning, but again, there are so many robotic groups that I know of who've done phenomenally well during COVID. The technology that we have today has made it possible, and I'm thinking that it's the way forward. I mean, if we are resisting it, we should not, because it's the way forward. I mean, during COVID, yes, but post-COVID also. A speaker in the morning, he said this, he said that if it has disrupted our traditional method of teaching, and if post-COVID we want to go back to the same method, I think we are making a mistake. We should evolve our methods of teaching and then go forward is what I think. What do you think about this, Clinton?
I don't believe education will continue to grow if we don't accept the changes. You know, the only constant in the universe is change.
Yeah.
And we have to adapt constantly to whatever we're faced with. COVID is just, unfortunately, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately another hurdle we have to overcome, and not just the educational facet, but the world as a whole. But the educational realm, it did take a hit, you know, and we've taken them many times before from, you know, other, you know, areas of opportunity where we can, you know, rise like a phoenix. I don't want to call it that, so please don't, you know, use those words as a negative. But in this case, it is something that ended up having a silver lining. Education is going to grow out of it and grow in different directions that we never even thought possible, because we never had the need for education to grow in those directions.
I think those boundaries are broken now is what I'm thinking. Like as you said, you have global students. Power Speakers Unlimited has global students, because now two things. Social media is a big thing. It promotes you, and then people outside of your area are seeing it and they want to do it. If they want to do it, earlier we would have had to say no, it's not possible because we only do in-person teaching, but now that's not the case. But having said that, there are challenges that we as educators face when we're doing online, especially with younger kids. And to me, the solution is to engage the students, period, and to give personalized attention. So when we had to restructure everything at Power Speakers Unlimited, I sat down with my teachers and I told them, nothing changes in terms of your interaction with the student. Each and every child sitting on that Zoom meeting should feel like he or she is connected with you. If we miss that link, then we are not able to achieve what we want to. So that makes our job as educators, it brings more responsibility to our job as educators versus when we were doing in person is what I think.
Right. No, completely I agree. I think now this takes me back again to what Robert said in the morning, that are we mad enough? I think yes, we all are mad enough, because we educators are ready now to take on the role with anything that comes our way. But that is taken care of. The next thing that the question comes to our mind is about the subject matter, about the content. So I think that this takes me to this question that how subject matter affects online learning versus in-person or hybrid learning. So I would want Dennis to answer that.
Okay, well, I'm going to kind of piggyback on the last thing. That one of our goals is, if a student doesn't know you care, you can't get them to change. Once they know you care, then they can take a bite of what you're trying to feed them. And then once they try, they can actually learn. So I like to actually show when I make mistakes, and show how am I going to get out of that mistake real time, so they can learn that, hey, when you're doing something that's an engineering product, you're not going to always do it right the first time, and that's part of it. We teach passing, which means I should always get the right answer, and that's not how real life is. So to the question, the subject matter does make a difference. If you're teaching what we call in the K through 12, like a core academic course, sometimes there's a lot of modules that are already available online. You just kind of feed it to the student through Google Classroom, and they go off and go. When you have something that's more of a STEM-related subject, where there's going to be some equipment or some tactical skills that need to be derived from doing an experiment, it's a little more of a challenge to just put it online. That's what I discovered. Just try to put it online, it didn't work. So trying to take a tactical course and do it online requires that you have to get some of those safe equipment to the student, which means you got to get parents involved and the school involved to actually pick up some of these supplies to do it. So that makes it a little bit more of a challenge, but it also makes it exciting when you can see someone learn and practice and do things that maybe they've never would have tried before, because it's in their comfortable environment. And I give them the thing of, hey, it's due by midnight. Just like at a college, when it's online, it's due at 11:59. You've got all day. You're going to learn how to plan your life and do the work when it's needed. Now, it makes my day longer, but it also, if I can get them to learn, it's worth it. So yeah, it does add a little bit to it, but everything can't be done online. But we can accommodate and modify in order to make it work.
Yeah, again, this takes me back last summer when we had just started our summer camps, which was online. One of the parents, after asking all the questions, she asked me, how are the children adapting to your teaching methodology? She meant to ask, are they able to adapt with the online? And I said, we don't want them to adapt. It's we who will adapt with their learning methodology. And she said, wow, that makes sense, right? So definitely it is. We have to, again, mold ourselves. But I think we have done a good job on that. And I've seen people doing great jobs since I've been talking since morning to people. But Tarun, another follow-up. Sorry about that.
I was just saying on that because I thought you and Dennis both made this point about kind of this personal connection side. And it's funny because I think initially we were concerned, so I'm also on the board of a high school, and we were very concerned about that personal touch with the scholars. Because it's very important that they know we care and that we have a very small school where that relationship's important. And it was challenging at first, but actually what we found is that online presents an opportunity to connect on a different level. It took a lot of practice, but for instance, you start to get to know people's families. Some people have kids, or their siblings, or their pets. Their pets come, right? And everyone's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I started saying, "No, this is my favorite part of COVID is I get to meet your kids and your pets and your family." And also, I think it helped flip the role, right? So teaching learning is as much about teaching and vice versa. And with a lot of our teachers, this was very challenging for them to adapt to the Zoom environment. It's a completely new pedagogy, a new tool, very digitally advanced for some folks. And so the students started teaching the teachers and helping them set up a virtual background or how to do this thing. And that created a new bond between the teachers and the students that we were all shocked that at the end of it, some of the relationships are stronger than they were even in person.
It is. And as you said, bringing the families together in some of my classes, when the parents used to tell me that when I asked my child, how was the class? Earlier they said, it was good, but now I sit with my child, I try not to be in front of the camera. I said, okay, you are taking my classes. So, but it feels good, right? They're connected. All right, thank you for sharing that, Greg. So my question was from Taruna that if online learning is the only option, imagine, then how can you make it effective, especially for the young children? The elder ones, I know they are self-motivated, we can make them sit, but for the younger, especially for the moms, it is so difficult. How do they work?
So it's a very interesting question, but because up until now, online programs were available for high schoolers and then graduates, undergrads, grads. So now because of COVID, we had to introduce it to very young kids. Power Speakers Unlimited has kids as young as 5-year-olds. And to switch to online learning was a challenge. But as teachers, as educators, we have to understand, what are we trying to do? Are we trying to teach, or are we trying for these kids to learn? So if the focus is on me teaching, then it becomes a challenge. For if we understand that we want them to learn, we want them to absorb. So with that mindset, there are quite a few things that we were able to do. One was class size. What is the class size that we want to keep? Because we are not a school classroom, we had a choice of how we wanted to do it. So one was the number of students in a class, one thing. Second thing, the medium that we were using was Zoom. I played around with a few of those apps, and then I wanted to see where we could get the max engagement from students. Zoom has great things like breakout rooms. I could personally send message, and I can personally send messages to students to say, hey, you are doing very good. Or when we are engaging them, like, all right, each and every one of you, type your answer in the chat. So they are engaged. They are doing it as we are speaking. Raise your hands. All those emojis, they are fancy because if one kid is talking, seriously, there are these kids who will be sending those heart messages and, the smiling messages, and then the funny emoticons there. And, some emoticons with, the laughing emoticon is there and the clapping ding, 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 ding. So the little kids, they love playing with that, and I'm like, all right, great engagement from everyone. And the moment I say it, everyone who was on snooze wants to do it too. So I have lots of hearts and claps and, you got it, those kind of things happening, and they are engaged. So the bottom line is to engage them. Now, the other thing, as I said previously, was I spoke to the teachers, our teachers, and I told them that your role is bigger than before. You have to make sure that you are engaging each and every child. When we are doing sessions, we very consciously take names. Like, hey, John, what do you think about it? Because what Kevin did was, did you like what Kevin did? Because I see that Joe liked it and Joe gave a heart. So actually, we are very consciously involving all the kids when we are in a session. That is another thing that we are doing. With younger kids, we are able to do creative drama online. That's such a cool thing that we are doing with young kids. We involve them in creative drama in Zoom sessions, performing arts on Zoom. Seriously, I would never have thought about this, and I would say, no, this cannot happen on Zoom. But it's happening, and the kids at the end of the class will like, hey, can we please do creative drama again? And I'm like, this is working. This is working. So we've all had to get creative, and we've come up, I think not just me, each one of us has come up with our own ways of cracking the monster, which is e-learning, and come up with solutions. And there are solutions that are working. We had to try, it was hit and try. Earlier it was like, this is not working, that is not working. But now, after this long, we know what's working, and very proud to say the kids are happy, engaged, and the learning is going good.
And how about the dress code? Because on the top, they are informals. Because in my classes, when I teach entrepreneurship, they have to dress like an entrepreneur. So they're wearing all those jackets and blazers. And once I told them, okay, let's all stand up, because I thought people were feeling sleepy. And one child sends me in the chat, I'm in my PJs, I cannot. So I'm sure, and we all must be doing the same things, all right? Okay, so we are going on a good pace with the discussion. We talked about pros and cons, the hybrid or in-person, how is it going to be post-COVID. But there's one more thing which needs to be addressed, is the digital side of it. And the person right next to me is well versed with the digital thing. So I have a question for you. What impact does online learning have on the digital divide, I would say?
Oh yeah, this is
Is it a tough question?
it's a very important question. I'm very optimistic about it though. So I mean, probably obvious, but the concern, of course, is that access to high-speed internet or even internet at all is still not where it needs to be. About 10 to 15% of the country doesn't have high-speed internet, and up to 5% has no internet at some times. And so the fear, of course, is that as things move online, those that have access to the technology and the internet are going to be able to, learn better, and the divide will grow. But I'm fairly optimistic, because in the past few years, internet access has dramatically grown in the country, and there's organizations like Education Superhighway that have really invested in getting high-speed internet to every school in the country. And philanthropy really came to the rescue in COVID. And in our high school, a lot of the scholars didn't have access to high-speed internet at home. And we were able to get a grant to deliver, little hotspots to all the kids. And the school actually the school district set up buses and parks around town with high-speed internet. And this has dramatically increased access in our city, and it's really happening around the country. And devices as well has been another kind of issue, but the access to mobile phones is dramatically helping that. In fact, it's interesting, a lot of kids are doing their homework on a phone, and so teachers are becoming kind of aware of this and designing exercises and activities so that they can be done from a mobile phone, and access to those are much more available. The thing is, though, it's not just access to devices, though, and internet, and this we learned during COVID, is some of it's also access to room and space, sanity, like a quiet place to take the calls. A lot of our scholars live in homes that have maybe 2, 3, 4 families together, 16 people in a 4-bedroom house. This is San Francisco, so it's very expensive. And so actually internet access wasn't the challenge, it was just having a room to be on Zoom without a lot going on in the background, like giving them the ability to focus. And I mean, I'm personally finding this for working from home as well, that actually being able to go to a location that is purpose-built for learning or working is actually a blessing. And there's another piece that's, I think, a part here is we forget sometimes, although we were very much reminded during COVID, that school plays an important role around essentially like daycare. And that's not a bad thing. It's actually a very important role of schools. I think our country should provide free daycare at all ages. And so this is sort of the best that we do right now. And when that was taken away from families, a lot of parents really struggled with that today. They had to work and their kids were at home and trying to learn. So I think there's still a lot of work to do there, but I'm very optimistic that access to at least the first 2 devices and internet is getting a lot better. And then the other piece I would say is sort of accessibility, right? So it's not just socioeconomic status, it's also learning styles, learning disabilities, and I think that's been really challenging, but there's been a lot of push in the past 4 or 5 years around accessibility. Web standards have gotten a lot easier. All of the modern learning platforms and LMS platforms now are sort of accessible out of the box.
Right.
So yeah, I'm very optimistic.
I think it's not only from the learner side, but last week I was in San Jose for a conference, and there I met a professor. He should be around 65 years, and he said, last semester I didn't take any classes because I don't opt online. I didn't take classes. But this year, if you don't open up the in-person classes, how will I pay my bills? And I kept on thinking, yes, there are people who might not be ready. That, okay, I don't want to go into all that. But I think that is the only solution that we have. We have to go with the pace. We all are not only survivors, fighters, we are achievers, right? So I think that was the things, but I wanted to ask my team, are we missing on anything which we need to address more? Else we can open a small session for questions from the audience. Did I miss anything that we wanted to share? You're good?
I think we're good.
All right, so we can open some time for questions from the audience. If anybody has any questions, we would love to have questions. So please raise your hands, or you can just stand up and the person will assist you with the mic. All right, so we have a lady towards my left in white.
I'm just especially interested in the young people, the younger crowd learning on e-platforms, and especially like those learning to read. There's a lot of information about the need to touch things. How did you support sensory-based learning through your e-learning experiences? And did you use YouTubes and create videos? Also, I'm curious about that.
Okay.
So this is, thank you for the question, because we had to really sit and hack this in our head first of how we want to do. So what we did was a couple of things. One, we would ask them to draw. So they would draw. Now again, the way we work is, and even when we were doing in-person programs, we don't want to control the child. That we are very clear about. So, and we told parents very clearly, this is not a drawing class. My purpose is not to teach your child drawing. My purpose is to bring that joy into creative expression, period. If your child is speaking and if your child is drawing as speaking, then what's happening is that joy is there and your child is able to express himself through 2 different ways. One is through speaking, the other is through drawing, and the child is very happy. The child is happy creating, happy sharing. But again, it was not a drawing class. It is not a drawing class. So it's about self-expression. that is what we are aiming at. So self-expression through creative drama, creative drawing, creative speaking. So we used all those three mediums to teach what we wanted to teach. So the methods changed, but trust me, the goal remained the same, and we are able to achieve what we want to in these children. Sure?
Right. Hi. My question is kind of a statement / question. So I wanted to kind of start with the galactic aspect of it, and then I'll bring it back into Earth. I'm a Trekkie. I love Star Trek. There was a movie, I can't remember, it had to at least been a decade ago, maybe 15 years ago. And the pandemic brought this memory back to me because I never understood what I was looking at until this pandemic struck. And it would be Spock. As a child, he was in school. He needed to be called out of class for someone needing him, maybe his father. Now, they went to go get him, and they walked into a setting kind of like the lunch area, all these circles, but you walk down into these pods, and that's where the child was interacting with his holographic teacher. And I thought to myself 15 years ago, what would make something like this happen? And then, of course, this pandemic struck. And I know that art equals, it has to come from somewhere. So wherever these ideas have been stirring up in people's minds through the artistic value and their thoughts, and you know, they made films out of it, these futuristic thoughts, they're on point, because clearly when you have issues with children, you have to figure out how to interact with them. I have been in education for about 40 plus years. I know I don't look it, thank you very much. Now, these children that I have been interacting with, because I'm a dance person and I'm a movement specialist, are across the board ADD and on the scale in every direction you can imagine. I myself am an ADD person growing up and still am now. But I understand as an adult how to focus it in. And I'm working with children on how to focus their energies into forward thinking and learning. I worked in a cyber charter school, which happened on site. People were just like this in a classroom, and every child had their computer. And to keep the children on point was very difficult. When the pandemic struck, I felt so horrible for their parents. I understood what they were just about to go through. The struggle is real. And you have been facing each and every one of these values, and I appreciate this higher than high. I believe in everything that this conference is bringing about, and I'm so happy to have everyone's input, because this is how we get forward to reaching the children in that place where they need to be met. Not every child is the same. No, everyone cannot learn online the same way. Someone brought up earlier that they have a holographic thing that they're going to be working on, and I was like, hey, look at that, here we go again with the Star Trek reference. So schools will have to go in a direction this way, because you got to think about safety, you have to think about individuality, you have to think about how this child needs to interact with society. They need that, not just hand holding or a wraparound. They need to have an absolute interaction with someone that can address what is happening in that moment right then and there. I know that wasn't even really a question, but I just needed to let you all know that what you are doing and what you are saying resonates very highly with me and everything that I have been addressing all of these years, and I could not be happier to be here to hear you address each and every one of these issues, because as a humanitarian, this is absolutely what needs to happen to grow people, period. And I thank you.
Thank you so much. So with that, we'll come to a vote of thanks. I would like to thank GFEL, our whole panel, for creating this platform. Thanks to the lovely audience for not only being active listeners, but participation as well. And thanks Greg, Dennis, Clinton, and Taruna for being with me today. And we are here for 3 days. Let's connect and make it more insightful for each one of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, folks. That was incredibly interesting and insightful. We appreciate your time. The next session is an extremely informative one. Igniting learning and thinking through brain science. Now, to give you a primer, brain science, often called cognitive science, is an exciting field of study that covers many disciplines. By tapping into its potential, educators can empower students and develop inclusive, personalized, and learning programs to suit the needs of each and create an environment that makes them feel comfortable while being conducive to learning as well. If you'd please help me in welcoming Rich Carr. He is the CEO of Carr Knowledge and Brain-Centric Design. Mr. Carr, are you here? How you doing? Let him get all mic'd up, and then he'll give us a better understanding of this arena.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is going to be a little different than the things that you've seen today because what I'm going to be speaking about is brain-centric design, which is a pedagogic model in the learning sciences of cognitive neuroscience. And even though that's a mouthful, I'm going to make it very simple today because instead of just talking about the actual thing that I do, I'm going to put you inside the model. Most of what we learn in school is in a behaviorist model, a rewards and punishment model, where you've got a sage on the stage, and regardless of the tools they're using, primarily they take up that hour and then they ask for questions. And this is a much different model, and it's based off of a book that we put together just before COVID hit that was called Brain-Centric Design. It's the surprising neuroscience behind learning with deep understanding. And it's key because what it is a recipe for making new information available and to be processed by another's brain. So it's not just school, it's sales, it's management meetings, it's your kids. I homeschooled 4 kids, I'm a single dad, they all went to college, they all done very well in life. And as we put this book out, we're now in thousands of schools, we've got tens of thousands of teachers, we've got a 1,500 person institute going on right now at Pacific Lutheran University in Washington with my colleague, Dr. Kiran Omani. And specifically, this is the learning sciences in cognitive neuroscience. And it takes up an hour. I'm going to use an hour as a use case. This is only 30 minutes, but I'll show you how an hour is actually divided up. And it works for any possible subject matter. It's agnostic to any subject matter or age. Because it's a recipe. And a recipe, as you know, if you want to repeat, say, chocolate chip cookies, Nestle's puts that on the yellow bag for you. If in this case we're going to make broccoli salad, if you want that broccoli salad to turn out the same way every single time, you use the right ingredients in the right order at the right time, and you have broccoli salad. The problem with learning and thinking is that you've never been taught to think. Think about that. Never been taught to think. Your brain does this automatically. It's hardwired to think. It's hardwired to learn. And you really learn if you have fun at it. If you're not having fun, then you're doing something wrong. In fact, it's impossible to learn if you're in your amygdala. And I won't use a lot of brain science words, but amygdala, or what we call Amy in our classes. In fact, we don't even call our classes classes. We call them a learning space. And Amy is your gatekeeper. And if she's excited, nothing gets past. And we'll get into that a little deeper as we move forward. Now let's take a look at the classroom. 150 years ago, this is your classroom. And about 50% of the people walked out of there with whatever it is you were trying to learn. Now with millions of dollars and all these technology today, let's look at that same classroom. Nothing's changed. There's still a teacher at the beginning. We're still sitting in the background. We may have tools and computers and different things that are good for learning, but the result is kind of not the same. We're still having the same amount of dropouts. We have more people having problems with skills-based The teachers are mad, the schools are mad, and we're trying to find ways to get about making this happen. So it isn't so much the classroom, it's the genetic makeup of how that material is provided so that the brain can process it. And that's what we're going to go through in this challenge. Now, I call it a challenge because I want you personally involved in what's going to happen over the next couple minutes. The challenge is, how can understanding how the brain processes information make me a better educator? So you were each handed out this piece of paper here. It's called the Cognitive Rehearsal Worksheet. Cognitive rehearsal really means thinking about practicing thinking. And I'm going to want you to write some things down. In fact, I'll even give you time, and this is how we do it in a classroom. You're in the model right now, what we call the learning space. So let's take the next minute, and on this piece of paper, I would like you to write your own personal thoughts. You have a minute to do so, and write your thoughts about how understanding how the brain processes information can make me a better educator. Take 1 minute, go. Seconds. Ten seconds. Novelty. Kids love novelty, adults love novelty. In fact, it's kind of funny because when you look at that classroom, never in the world I have 4 kids, did they ever sit down for an hour and pay attention. I don't know why we ask them to do that in school, because really the secret to getting them involved is if you can give them autonomy, mastery, and purpose. That's Pink's work, but it's never been so true than today because a lot of times we are on our own. Now this model works live, it works in online. It's an asynchronous tool. We've got a platform that's global. We're on every continent in the US, or in the globe. Get it right here. And this is the model that you see here. There we go. This is the actual model you're in right now. We just finished this highlight part. That's called initial thoughts. And this is where the teacher, the educator, the facilitator will come in and they'll introduce the subject. They'll analogize the subject so that we can anchor it in something the audience knows. And then we'll give them a piece of disequilibrium, meaning it's going to hit personal to them, like the classroom. We don't sit in that classroom. And right between this part and the next part, which is called multiple perspectives, is when we ask the challenge question and we make it personal. The question about the content must be personal to the person taking it. So since I'm showing you brain science today, or brain-centric design, I asked you how can understanding how brain processes information can make me a better educator. So we're all educators. We as educators can make education more fun, and you wrote down your own thoughts. This was not me dictating your thoughts, it was you writing down your own thoughts. So let's see how this works through the multiple perspectives, and these are the items that I'm going to cover very quickly for you, but in a nice 30,000-foot view. The big idea, the nested egg, Miller's Law, the challenge wheel, and Amy, the amygdala. The big idea is something that most educators or curriculum fail to touch on. Now, a lot of time we'll say, hey, this is about neuroscience. But if I say it's about neuroscience, you can't comprehend that. That's a huge, huge, huge subject. It needs to be brought down. And in my case, I said it's the learning sciences and cognitive neuroscience. But in this case, I'm just showing you how the brain processes information so that you can take your life's experience and put it against these multiple perspectives, and you can make up your own world of what the processing information is. But you have to have a big idea, and it has to be defined. Before you start even building the curriculum, you must have some sort of measurement. So if I teach this, how do I know people actually got it? How do I know people made sense of it? And if you think of that term made sense, That literally means to attach all your senses to the learning. This is called Hebb's rule in neuroscience. Neurons that fire together, wire together. And really what that means to the layman is when I go into multiple perspectives, I'm going to have each and every person in my learning space see it, feel it, touch it, talk about it, strategize about it. Or if I talked about neuroscience lobes, I would do the occipital lobe, that means I'm watching. I would do the temporal lobe, that means I'm listening. The parietal lobe, that means I've got small motor skills, I'm looking at it in a different way. And most importantly, for engagement, the true definition of engagement is when your prefrontal cortex is strategizing, generating future thought, thinking about how this makes for you. So that challenge question literally put you in your PFC because it was about you and you were writing down your own thoughts. That's your baseline measurement. Now, once I've got a big idea and a measurement, I come to the nested egg. Now, the nested egg happens before the learning ever happens. This is when I take all my concepts and I put them in an order that the brain will process it. This is how it works. I'll show you in a couple different ways how it works. First of all, we take all the concepts we want to teach, whether it's an hour, a week, a month, an entire catalog of courses, and we write them into this circle. And we always make learning visible. Always, because we can't remember it all. We have this thing called a working memory. And if your working memory was the size of a 1 square foot box, any idea of how large your brain is with its billions and billions of neurons, how large it is compared to just the part that pays attention? 1 square foot. I won't ask any questions here, I'll just tell you. It's the size of 3 Milky Ways. The brain's a pretty big deal, and I'm only talking about the learning part of the brain. And we want to make sure people can process the information. So the first thing we do as educators is we write down all the concepts we're going to teach. Now, from those concepts, we ask one question. It's kind of the elevator's pitch in sales. So I say, okay, out of these 400 concepts I've got here, what one thing must they know? What's one thing must they know? What would they walk away with when my class is done? That's your big idea. Now, furthermore, from those same concepts, we'll pull 2 more ideas out of this. And I'll ask the question, with that big idea, what 2 things must they know to understand this big idea? Now, I'm only using small numbers, and I'll explain why. It's Miller's Law. Most of you are probably familiar with it, but if you're not, I'll show you what that is. You got your big idea, then you've got your 2 scaffolding ideas. The rest of the concepts in that larger circle need to then be scaffolded under those 2 thoughts. And if they're done properly, you can remember an infinite amount of things. This can go on for an hour, a day, a week, 17 weeks. We just did a class at Aetna, the insurance company. It was 17 weeks long. They asked us to redo it. When we redid it, it was 12 weeks long. And the reason is we got all of the weeds through this process. The results of it were fantastic, and I'll go over those in a little bit. But again, in the first circle, we do the concepts to be uncovered. This is for your course or presentation. That second one, the big idea, is what they must walk away with. So if I was successful, we didn't give them a grade or a percentage or a letter or anything like that. What are they walking away with? Third thing, what 2 things must they know to achieve this big idea? And the final thing, which is, of course, scaffolding the remaining concepts. Now, I told you my colleague is in Pacific Lutheran University right now at the Neuroscience Institute, or at the Pacific Lutheran University at the Neural Education Institute as this is going on. His name is Dr. Kiran Omani, and he'll explain this just a little better than I did.
As learning scientists, we like to look at models that have meaning, particularly for the end user, which would be the learner or the student or the adult learner. And so in this case, we're looking at the nested egg. So the nested egg looks like it's an egg within an egg within an egg, 3 layers deep. The small inside circle is the one that's the most important. That's the one with the enduring idea, or sometimes we call that the big idea. And the big idea is nothing more than distilling all the information and figuring out that at the end of this class, when I'm finished teaching this, whatever I'm teaching, that subject area, that the person will walk away and they will know that one big idea. And the big idea then is something that I know when I'm walking into my class. I've already planned this, and it's very obvious that this is what I want my students to understand. So the second part then is there's an awful lot of material and there's little time. So it's a big constant problem with education, is that we have so much content and so little time. And if we do the nested egg and the big idea and the backwards design, if we do all of these things correctly, then it doesn't matter how much information, as long as we know what we're doing in our planning and our implementation of that model. So the model basically is this. You've got the big idea, 2 scaffolding ideas that will help us understand that big idea, and then each of the individual bits of information, and there can be thousands of bits of information, are connected through the scaffolding ideas to the big idea. And we have lots of examples of this in play. We can show you all kinds of big ideas connected to extraneous or ancillary pieces of information. And as long as they make sense through that central connecting, what I call scaffolding idea, then the brain can handle it. And the reason this happens is got to do with the working memory space. Now, if we can back up for 1 second and talk about the idea that we do have a limitation to our working memory space. Most people, in fact, have very small working memory spaces. And as teachers and as parents, one of the tasks that we have and we can do is to increase our students' working memory space by doing certain intentional activities that help to grow the neural structures that grow and make and expand the working memory space. It's not difficult, but we do have to have a mental model that understands what's going on.
That's from our certification, which we do across the globe, of course. But the important thing here is what you're seeing is cognitive rehearsal. I've said it in one voice, Kieran said it in another voice, I showed it to you in a different kind of graphic. I'm repeating the same thing, but saying it in a different way. Miller's Law. It's probably the most quoted paper in all of psychology. It should be used in all learning. It's often not. And this goes back to working memory, or in popular speech, that would be paying attention. Miller's Law means you can only understand 7 plus or minus 2 concepts at any given time. Now, this is when he did it back in like 1950. This is not new information. But since then, it has been redone. It was redone about 15 years ago. They redid the entire study the way he did, and it's now 4 plus or minus 2. So when we're doing a class, the reason I showed you that nested egg was it takes 2 scaffolding ideas. That's all they think they're learning because everything else is under that. And let me give you an example of what I mean by that. If I gave you this number to memorize right now, gave you a couple seconds to memorize, how many people could do it? That's not a question in saying raising your hand, but it's just looking at it. And you're looking at it and right away you're struggling because it's just too much information. I've already broke your working memory by giving you too much information. If I broke this information down, it might be a little easier for you to remember it. Now you're remembering it in chunks. Sometimes Miller's Law is called chunking. This is how your phone number was developed, as 3 pieces of information. You got your prefix, those first 3 numbers, and those last 4 numbers always act as one item. That's why you can remember your phone number. But if I broke these numbers down even further, you'll see that you can remember it easily, and not only can you remember it easily, you'll start seeing a pattern, and when you see the pattern, you'll see all the things underneath the number. 1066, Battle of Hastings, lots of information under there. 1492 is Columbus, 1776, Independence, 1945, World War I, 1969, we all land on the moon. I can say 1969, most people in this class will be able to rattle off a lot of stuff about that year. And that's how Miller's Law and working memory works, especially in the learning space. Now, when we go further, once we have our information in the right order, we can then build the class and present it as such. And again, we're in this second part. We started in this first part, which is called initial thoughts. And again, this is when you open up the learning, you give an introduction that's very blunt as to what it is, you give an analogy of that introduction so people can go, oh yeah, it's kind of like that. I said this is kind of like a recipe. And then you give disequilibrium. I talked about the classroom, and the classroom hasn't changed. We're trying to throw technology and all these other things at it, which are very good for learning, but when I say the classroom hasn't changed, it's not really directed towards the one thing we're actually trying to change. We may see people, but I'm saying the brain. Everybody has a brain. All brains process information the exact same way, unless it's a damaged brain, of course. What happens, though, is when you get into the middle of that limbic brain, where all the emotions and all the weird things happen, your thoughts and experiences of your life to that point are attached to that concept. So it is up to we as educators to give it to them in a piece where they can process it every time. And this does work every time. I'll give you some numbers as to how this works in business and school as we go forward. Second part of the model, if this was in a 1-hour class, would be 15 to 20 minutes of multiple perspectives, which you're in right now. You're seeing the same thing from different places. And I'm not covering information. I'm presenting perspectives for you to uncover the information, which I'll show you how you'll do it here in a moment. The third item is what follows directly after multiple perspectives, which is a 2-minute break for you to do what every computer in the world does, and that is reflect. Or in computer language, it would be random access memory. Makes everything come together. Except we scaffold questions here too. Rather than tell your class to reflect, they've never been taught to reflect, most of them. So we give them 3 questions, and those 3 questions are on your cognitive rehearsal worksheet. They've not yet been filled out because we haven't got to this place yet. After that reflection period, there's about a 15-minute period where we break up into groups, and in those groups, there are assigned roles of taskmaster, scribe, and spokesperson. And then finally, after these groups are done talking with each other with these questions, because what happens, if you've noticed like at lunchtime when you sat at round tables and how lively the conversation was, that's when you started processing the learning, you were having fun. Oh, I saw Gail speak about Kyle, and that thing she said about the way he looked at construction was spot on. Or this morning it was Christine with the VR, same thing. VR can be a wonderful perspective, but you're talking about it and you're going, yeah, this is the way it worked for me. I mean, I've got a Kyle in my class. That's where the revised thinking happens. And the scribe in that group is writing all this down. And then finally, at the end of that 15 minutes, there's a report out. Now let's just say we had 25, 30 people in the class and we broke it into 5 groups, 5, 6 people per group. The spokesman stands up, and this is the first time we went from an I, which was the entire model, it was just me and my initial thoughts, me and look at it multiple perspectives, me and my reflections. Now I'm in revised thinking, talking with the group, and this is where the report out happens. And this is magical. This is a magical part of a learning space, because I look at a class with just 2 kinds of people. There are dandelions and there are orchids. And if you're familiar with Boyce's work called The Dandelion and the Orchid, it's an amazing way to look at the world, and I can give you a quick example of how it works, because the book is fabulous, but it's pretty thick, heavy reading. What it comes down to, there are 2 types of people, dandelions and orchids, and think of your own family. The dandelion is the person that can do basically anything you throw at them. Doesn't matter. You know, they don't sleep all night, they're hungover, it's COVID, they can still perform C grade or better if you're grading. They can perform. The dandelion, if you look at them wrong, they wilt, just like the flower. I mean, they need the right pH, they need the right water, they need the right sunlight, and this model is for the dandelion. This is a psychologically safe model. And that doesn't mean we're speaking down, because your dandelions are your Steve Jobs of the world. They are people that are brilliant, but they don't want to be put on a spot. They're the last person in class you want to call on and say, Bob, what's your answer to number 3? Well, immediately, Bob gets thrown into his amygdala. He freaks out. It's like if I asked any of you, hey, what's your favorite song? You know, all of a sudden you're on guard. And that's your amygdala. That you can't learn when that thing is hyperactive or aiming. So that's the report out piece of this. And what they do is they stand up and they say, we, as the GFEL learners, you give your name a group, think that this was surprising. We thought we saw things this way, but now we see them in a different light. And what we still need help with is X. Nobody's been put on the spot in that situation. They've done it as a group consensus, and they even named themselves that way. And that orchid in the group, maybe he wasn't the spokesman, but when the spokesman was up there speaking and he said, hey, I thought this was surprising, the orchid heard his words, and he's like, yeah, that's a hit of dopamine. That's me. I said that. Now, he didn't have to get up and say it, but he was a part of it. And not only that, but Sherry said this one thing that she knew before but now sees in a different light. And I'm looking at that going, oh boy, that's something, I've never thought about that. That's my learning now too. just like at your lunchroom table, where the learning actually happens. You got all these perspectives in the morning, they served you lunch, you sat at a group and you talked about everything. You processed that information. Then at the end of the hour, they give a break. We tune into some things called long-term potentiation, and things work. To be a zebra, the reason I bring this up is it comes from Robert Sapolsky. He's a neuroscientist at Stanford. And I keep saying that if the amygdala is hyperactive, you cannot learn. And I refer to everything in science. I just don't use all the big words because, you know, nobody wants to talk about fusiform gyrus. It just makes me sound smart, but you can't really apply it. But Robert Sapolsky does some really wonderful things with neuroscience, and he specifically talks about the PFC with humans. We're the only animal that has one. We're the only animal that can strategize in the way that we do. And this is a quick snippet of him. He spends several months in the African Serengeti. He studies baboons. He kind of looks like a baboon. He's kind of a fun guy. But he speaks directly to hyperactive amygdalas and how folks cannot learn if they're put in a piece of stress.
What it's about is somebody is very intent on eating you, or you are very intent on eating somebody, and there's an immediate crisis going on.
When you run for your life, basics are all that matter. Lungs work overtime to pump mammoth quantities of oxygen into the bloodstream. The heart races to pump that oxygen throughout the body, so muscles respond instantly.
You need your blood pressure up to deliver that energy. You need to turn off anything that's not essential. Growth, reproduction, you know, you're running for your life. This is no time to ovulate. Tissue repair, all that sort of thing. Do it later if there is a later.
When the zebra escapes, its stress response shuts down. But human beings can't seem to find their off switch.
We turn on the exact same stress response for purely psychological states, thinking about the ozone layer, the taxes coming up, mortality, 30-year mortgages. We turn on the same stress response, and the key difference there is we're not doing it for a real physiological reason, and we're doing it nonstop. After a while, the stress response is more damaging than the stressor itself because the stressor is some psychological nonsense that you're falling for. No zebra on Earth running for its life would understand why fear of speaking in public would cause you to secrete the same hormones that it's doing at that point to save its life.
Robert Sapolsky. Now again, we're speaking specifically of the stress response, or which I'm giving credence to as far as calling it the amygdala. When we're doing teaching on the amygdala, we make everything a cartoon, and this is Amy. She's shaped like an almond. Amygdala is Latin for almond because it's shaped like that. We have two of them. They basically work in sync, but they're a little bit different. But when you're building this class, and remember the multiple perspectives where I'm showing you these things, none of these items will include stress, worry, fear, boredom, or entrapment. Stress, worry, fear, boredom, or entrapment fires up your amygdala. And if that's in your class, if that's in your stuff, that's going to make people turn off. And you also need to understand that when these people come into your class, stuff is happening to them prior to coming into the class. There's absolutely no reason, just because they walked into your class, they're going to pay attention unless you put them in a comfortable space where they're psychologically safe and they feel like they have autonomy, mastery, and purpose. The only way you can do that with your material is to make them think it's about them. Because everybody here in this room is all here for the same reason. You're hoping to hear me yak for 30 minutes and gain some benefit for whatever it is you do. And that's me here now. If this topic is about me here, right now, I'm in. You know, when it's personal, something gets traction. But if I'm just yapping, you're hoping, or I'm hoping you're on for the ride. You may not be. You may be on your computer, you may be texting, you may be doodling, you may be thinking about a 30-year mortgage. Maybe tonight's gambling. Doesn't matter. I'm supposed to keep you engaged in this information, and the only way I can do it is making it about you here at this very moment. So that's the way Amy works. So if I were to break into a class right now, and I'll give you 2 minutes to do this, I would love for you right now on that same cognitive rehearsal worksheet, take 2 minutes to fill out the 3 questions, which are, what was surprising? Because that's a safe question to ask anybody. What was surprising? Even if nothing was surprising, write that down. But surely you found something surprising. What did I already know but now see in a different light? Totally up to you. And that's where your thoughts and experiences as an individual come into this class because, well, I thought this, but now I see this. And questions. What do I still need help with? If you write those down, and when we talk about it in the report out page, that's your parking lot. So rather than asking questions and putting somebody on the spot, this gets the collective conscious of the room of your learners, the collective genius of all the people and their answers together on one nice little page. So if you would take 2 minutes and write down those questions, or your answers to those questions, please do so now. One minute. Thirty seconds. Time. And you'll know that I gave you 2 minutes there, and prior when I gave you 1 minute, I gave you 1 minute. That's also a part of that psychologically safe session. You can trust me. I'll give you a minute, I'll give you 2 minutes, then I'll shut up. It's the hardest thing for most teachers or facilitators to do is not say something for 2 minutes, because again, we're conditioned to go in there, it's like, I've got an hour, see what I can do. So again, now we have these questions. We've got them written down, and we won't break out in these groups right now. But if we were in this model 100%, just like at lunch, I would give you 15 minutes. And for 15 minutes, you would collaborate, you would co-create, you would share your thoughts and experiences on this thing, on brain science. And that is the magic of this model, is I don't know everything, Kieran doesn't know everything, anybody up here doesn't know everything about anything. But when we can apply our own thoughts and experiences to it, that does give us that autonomy. And as I start listening to Paul talk about it in our revised thinking, that starts giving me that mastery. It's like, oh, I'm starting to get this. I'm literally starting to make sense. And the reason is instead of just being told what to remember, what to memorize, I'm being shown several different perspectives on the same concept. I'm getting to take my preference, my preferential learning style. A lot of people say they're visual learners or audio learners or tactile learners. Those are preferences. And everybody gets to win because you can play with your own style of learning in this period as you start putting things together. And again, it's collaborative, it's co-created, and it makes the room a nicer place to be. At the end of that 15 minutes, we stand up and again, we go through those same things again. Now you see a lot of repetition in this. That repetition is cognitive rehearsal. However, that cognitive rehearsal first started with me and the initial thoughts, giving them to you. Then I gave you multiple perspectives on that same subject. Then I gave you the gift of 2 minutes to actually think about it and not listen to me yammer on about the subject. So you can just nod your head and pretend you kind of get it. You can actually really think about it. Then I put you in a group of the folks, your cohort in the class or your learning space or your office or your management meeting or the sales pitch, and I gave you the opportunity to kind of talk things over, but I did so in a scaffolding way. What was surprising? Very safe, and 5 people may think of 5 different surprising things, but that's 5 different voices talking about the same thing. Then it goes to that, what did I already know but now see in a new light? Again, goes round robin around the table. You're hearing it again and again and again. And what you still need help with is going to be up to the individual. By the end of this hour, you have cognitively rehearsed this one particular item more than 30 times with 30 different voices, including your own, adding your own thoughts and experiences to it. So again, when they stand up and they report out, that's how the class thinks. And at the end of that class, we give them a break. Now, one thing I'll add to this, if we're going to give them a break and come to another class, before they leave, we do a thing called long-term potentiation, LTP. You want to look this up because it's one of the most valuable things in all of learning. We go through this, and let's just say I was going to speak in 15 minutes. I would ask you to write down or doodle one word or one little phrase or one little icon that represents your take-home from this particular session. So you might write down neuroscience, or you might doodle a bunny with ears eating a carrot for whatever reason. You might do whatever you do. You go take your break. Now, we've parked that thought on a piece of paper, and when you come back, this is how we rehearse what we learned in the last hour in my learning spaces. With the class, real quickly, instead of the teacher going, here's what we covered in this last hour, which is boring, and I don't want to hear that, and neither do you. What I asked for Gail to stand up, and I'll say, Gail, what was your word? And she might have said neuroscience. And I'll ask her to say, why did you write down neuroscience? She'll say, blah, 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 blah. Gail picks the next person to speak, and he says, well, I drew the bunny with the carrot. And I did that because blah, 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 blah. And what happens is your entire class rehearses that last hour or yesterday's learning for everybody else in their voice, giving them autonomy, mastery, purpose, hits of dopamine. Everybody has oxytocin, the group love neurotransmitter. I like to say I'm a dopamine dealer sometimes when I'm teaching because really I'm just trying to get people to feel good about it, because my motto is if we're not having fun, then we're doing it wrong. We don't learn under stress. That's proven. It's proven a million times over. So if we take the same classroom and all we do is slightly change the way we present that information so the brain processes it, you will have retention, huge retention. In fact, the summer before COVID, we got to present at Columbia College in New York, and we reversed the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve. You may know this, and you've heard it before. Don't worry about what I'm talking about. You're going to forget 80% of it by tomorrow. That's the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve. This has reversed that because what the forgetting curve is based on is memorization. In these classes, you have no memorization. You have engagement because it's all about you right here, right now. And what happens when that happens is you become intrinsic and agentic in your learning. You want to learn more because you get this. Ooh, I'm interested in neuroscience. I'm going to read a little more about this or how this works. And that's a super duper positive thing. So in business, what that means is tons of savings. I brought up Aetna earlier, 17-week course reduced to 12 weeks. They teach this course 50 times a year. It saved $64,000 per course, and they baselined it using Kirkpatrick's levels of evaluation. So it was not just me talking, it's other people managing it. And the retention was at 103% at 9 months. 103%. Not 60% or 80%, but more than what we taught because it became agentic. The attrition in the class, which anybody in HR will tell you is the horror of all business because you have to hire, rehire, train again, people drop out. It was 30%, it was 2% in our classes. And the unknown thing that we didn't know came out of this when we originally started this about 6 years ago was that people love their job more because now they're not under stress memorizing how they do it, but they're in charge of their own future because they've been given the gift of time and space and autonomy, mastery, and purpose in a model that if you replicate it with any subject matter, and you do the same thing with the nested egg. You put it in the proper order, and you take that order and make it into multiple perspectives and place it into the model. It works every time. We're on every continent on this globe. We're in about 42 different languages with companies like Nike, and it's an amazing thing when we take that classroom and realize we're really just going for the brain. And when we started to learn how to teach, maybe that brain information wasn't there, because the 90s were kind of the decade of the brain. My former boss, Paul Allen from Microsoft, used to be his digital director of all his media propers in Portland, has started the Paul Allen Brain Institute. Tons of millions of dollars have gone into some of this research just to find out the parts of the brain that work on learning. And this is all conceptualized and put together in this book and this pedagogic model in the Learning Sciences of Cognitive Neuroscience, which is called Brain-Centric Design. So I thank you all for your time and appreciate your input, and you all have a great afternoon. Unless you have questions, you can feel, but go ahead and clap too. Thank you very much.
Rich, we appreciate you. We're going to take a quick coffee break. There is coffee and some snacks in the other room. We'll do that for about 15 minutes. So maybe we can have you all back here in another 15 minutes. We'll have a panel up and ready to go for you. In the meantime, grab yourself a cup of coffee and get a little recharge, and we'll get through the last portion of the day here. Thanks for joining us.
tell you why I think this is happening, not only to me, but to a dangerous number of teenagers in this country. A statistic that is increasing every year, and why each one of you needs to advocate for programs in schools for teens that are society. Depression in our society is not obvious when walking down the street or the hallway, but simply open your laptops, your
Just want to make sure she's here. All right, folks, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your coffee and your quick break. Thanks for rejoining us. Great to have you all back here. Hope you're having a good time with us learning and establishing connections with some of the brightest minds here in the realm of education. Continuing this learning streak, we will now have a Kickstart panel discussion on the subject special education and inclusive learning. Dr. Mary Thomas, Executive Director at Austin Independent School District, will be up here on stage here shortly to moderate this whole thing. Dr. Thomas? Oh, hi, Doc. Sorry. Here, I got you. Okay. Yeah, good. Welcome, Dr. Thomas, please. Just grab that from you.
Getting those important things called water, hydrate and be prepared. Good afternoon. Can't hear me. The personnel and the staff at GFEL is just overwhelmingly and inclusively outstanding. I'm Mary Thomas. Some people call me Dr. Mary Thomas, but I'm not married to that. I was Mary Thomas. I was born Mary. I wasn't born Dr. Mary. And sometimes you can't always, go with that. But I am just elated to be here today with an awesome team to talk about a subject that I have actually been involved with for 45 years, over 45 years. So when Robert was talking about the kids, I have my grandkids that came with me. Yeah, that's 21 years. And we've been talking about it for 21 years. Why are we so slow? I haven't been one of those slow people, but I have been in the majority of moving things forward. So our topic today is special education and inclusive learning. And I have an awesome team that we're going to be talking with you, and we want to have you to, at the end, we want you to pose your ideas, ask your questions, and ensure that we can do such topics so worthily. So I'd like to first introduce you to Mary Ann Carter. Mary Ann is an experienced elementary and secondary leader, and she is currently a consultant in South Carolina, and she does coaching, and I would like for Mary Ann to tell you more what she does. She's on the far end.
Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate it. My name is Mary Ann Carter, and I own a consulting company for deaf and hard of hearing children that we service the Carolinas, and we certainly are looking forward to serving more places and globally. We also are working on a model called QUIL model to really help language deprivation in deaf and hard of hearing children. I'm a proud CODA, which is child of deaf adults. Both of my parents are deaf. And we also pride ourselves on working with the World Pediatric Project. It is an honor to be here. I love to share my love for children who are deaf and hard of hearing, and I hope that my time here will help teach you a little bit more about language deprivation in children who really, really need support.
Thank you. Now we're going to join ranks with Salsi Al-Zubadi. She said she wouldn't kill me if I didn't do too much damage to the last name. But she's going to repronounce it so it can be fully pronounced. And she is a dynamic professional. She has a lot of experience, and she has a lot of professional experience with helping lead and guide professional development. And she originally is from Jordan, but Seattle has her now.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Actually, my Jordanian name is Salsa Bil, but my American name is Salsi. So I go by Salsi. It's like salsa with an I. I am actually from Jordan, and I have experience working with refugees in education, especially after, the war, the Syrian war in the Middle East. There's so much of conflicts, and Jordan is the peace oasis there. So we do have lots of refugees, more than 3 million refugees in Jordan, and we just find out that our education system is not ready for refugees. So we worked with the different internationals and local NGOs in Jordan, where we kind of redesign kind of learning environments to be more trauma-informed for refugees. And now I'm working at Ophelia's Blaze. It's a blaze for girls and to empower them as a multicultural coordinator and working with the most marginalized youth in Oregon State.
Thank you so much. And joining us also is Elisa Taylor. She's a teacher and an entrepreneur, and she starts with our very youngest children in daycare, and she is from Michigan.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Elisa Taylor, and I am a middle school teacher. I'm a 6th grade teacher, and I am also helping in special education as well. With the daycare, I started that in I think about 2018, and I'm getting ready to start my own preschool and daycare as well.
Okay, great. We have to start them on the right foot so that they can continue to be well in their future. We had a Dr. Randolph Walters, who was also to join us. Unfortunately, the airline did not cooperate with him, so he will not arrive until after this session. But I wanted you to know how important, because he's going to do a session on tomorrow. He's a special assistant to the president, and he is of diversity, equity, and belonging. He's also an associate professor of counseling psychology at Eastern University and Pennsylvania. Philadelphia kept him there longer than he wanted to be, and he expresses the fact that he really, really wanted to share with you more about the psychology and the trauma with special ed. His interest is creating inclusive and welcoming spaces for diverse students. And then lastly, I'm Mary Thomas. I am from Austin Independent School District in Austin, Texas, the capital of the state of Texas. So a lot of politics go on in my city, just as those who live in cities that are capital cities. Special ed, however, does not have the political world. For me, I am special ed certified in 9 different areas. I taught special ed K to 12 for 13 years. And then I wanted to see how I could grab the bigger picture. So I went from the classroom to being an assistant principal. And if there are any of them, any assistant principals in here, you know, you get to have the ARD committees. That is one of your tasks. So I continue to help the special educator, parents, teachers in that realm. And then I became principal, and I was principal in middle school, assistant principal in middle school, so I can identify with the middle grades. They are quite challenging, not as hard working as a kindergarten teacher, though. And I know that because, you know, you experience that. You think that you have it. And I did K-12, but I also have higher learning experience in teaching for 8 years with the University of Phoenix and teaching on a variety of subjects. And so special ed ethics is really dear and near to my heart. So we're going to pause our first question and ask the panel to respond here. But before we do, I want to generate some words, what we call buzzwords. And when you hear the word, I want to see where does it take you. And ask yourself, is it a buzzword or does it come with real actions? And then that's kind of was generated upon hearing Robert earlier today. The word equity. We did not hear equity as many times as we hear it now. Would you say? Diversity. We've been diverse as long as there have been people on the earth, but we're just now talking about diversity. Inclusive. Well, if you say inclusive, you got to say exclusive. Who's in and who's out. Conversation. We really need to have a conversation about that. Here lately, well, in the last 18 months, there have been a lot of new conversations that are really old conversations that are really new conversations. CRT, critical race theory, it's surfacing back up. When I got my doctorate at Texas A&M University, and that is bold to get a doctorate from Texas A&M, and you live in Austin, Texas, where the University of Texas is, and everybody you work for is the University of Texas graduates and most of the parents and teachers, but they recognize that what we did at A&M works just as well or better. I know I'm gonna get crucified for that. But critical race theory, racism, the topic, racism, did it just come up? I don't think so. Creating spaces. We need to create spaces for those marginalized or disenfranchised people. We heard a lot today about online is not teaching, or online is teaching. Class size, a little earlier, about whether or not the class size make a difference. I took 25 youth to Africa, and if you want to talk about class size, they had to teach 100 kids with no media, and oral. And they learned, and they did really, really well on any test that came out. So teaching, good teaching can happen. Face-to-face, is it the only way to teach? Engagement versus involvement. I oversee Title I for our districts, and for the U.S. Department of Education, Title I has a parent at the centerpiece of that funding. And they have moved from involvement to engaging. And we heard some really good examples earlier on today about some of the things that the students do to help us as learners. I'm scared to do this. A lot of teachers came into the learning that they weren't prepared for. Is it a threat to me or to the children? So we talked about the experiences with refugees. I'd like to ask the team, what impact do you have, what impact do you believe that's on the traumatized learning for refugees? Someone lead
that was me. So as I mentioned before, like in Jordan, we do have a lot of refugee children who has been experienced lots of trauma in the war, and then these kids has been out of the school for many years. Like now we are talking about learning laws in the pandemic for our, I will say like for our kids, but we forgetting that refugees kids has been out of school for many years, and they're really the kids who are really most needed to be in school. And why? Because school is more than learning math or equations or information. Schools, especially for refugees and traumatized kids, should be a safe space. Should be the place where we build this sense of belonging, and it should be the place where they can form a trust relationship to improve their resiliency. So when we think about that, and when we had lots of children coming to the public school in Jordan, and these kids was not really like feeling that way. We don't feel that it's safe. They don't feel that. Actually, I just we because also my parents were refugees, so I just like always include we when I talk about refugees because I consider myself one of them. And as a refugee, we don't really feel safe. There is no sense of belonging, and there is no relationship. So the rate of drops out of refugee kids was very high and was very concerning for actually the international educational agencies like UNICEF and USAID. So, and working with the government to, to work in that kind of, fast response, emergency response to education was not really something that we could do it in government. So we had this NGO sector where we're starting to have non-formal education that we can meet the needs of traumatized kids and helping them learn within an environment that's much more adequate for them. And what does that mean? That sometimes in our schools, when we talk about something, could be math, could be science, could be anything, could be a trigger for kids who are traumatized. And we should acknowledge that. And what does that mean? Mean that their ability to learn is impacted, no? It's your psychological ability to learn is very important as much as your physical ability to learn. When we talk about learning experience, we talk about being having the foundation of to be able to learn, having these concentrations, having a well-functioning memory, or we talk about organization skills or language ability to express yourself within classroom setting. And if you don't have this ability, you will always be feeling like, well, I don't belong here because I cannot have these skills to self-express myself. I'm not really learning. And above all of that, you're judged. So the best thing that you do for yourself as a child and also for your parents, sometimes we should talk about also when we talk about traumatized kids and refugees that their parents are also vulnerable. So kids does not have also family support. So refugee kids does not have home support from home, and they don't have support from school, neither from the society, which means that there will be so much of problem in the future for our communities and for these kids who has the right to learn. When we talk about every child has the right to learn, we should go beyond that. Learning become a privilege within that education system that only designed for privileged kids, and we should acknowledge that. If we are not acknowledge that, we cannot go further and think about that. And what I think about that as teachers, as people who work within the education sector, we should acknowledge that also we have a trauma, and also we should acknowledge that, but also at the same time, we should acknowledge that our experiences in the world is not the same like our students. And when we think about that, we should go out of our comfort zone and kind of raising or building an empathy within ourselves, for ourselves, to create that space of thinking about other people's experiences. So working with refugees was wonderful with a non-formal education. I would like to focus on that within our discussion and talk about it, but I would love to give the time for the other.
So you brought up a really critical point with refugee students. How about the language barrier? And Marianne, you deal specifically with deaf, hearing deaf, and you have had all of this experience. What do you see with deaf and with refugee students in special ed?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mary. And I just want to add something on to what Celsi was sharing. So one of the things that our team at Carter Hears really took a minute to do, and I encourage you all to take a minute and write this down. There's something called Youth Mental Health First Aid, and it is a course that you or people in your schools can take, which help you recognize trauma or other concerns such as suicide or sadness or isolation, and helps your team at wherever you work or what you do identify those people, not to label them, but it gives you an opportunity to say, hey, I'm noticing something with them and they need help. So with the language barrier, that can be very difficult because a lot of the things that we talked about today, and I'll tell you, I love words. Words are important to me. And we talked about special ed and inclusiveness today. And what I heard a lot today on different panels and in presentations is really trying to expand our reach with children in general, right? This inclusiveness of all of that. But some of the things that we kind of skipped over, and we talked about this, was what are the prerequisites to access that to begin with? And so things such as the refugee population, and what if they're refugees, and I have experience with working with refugees that are also deaf and hard of hearing. There's a lot of cultural support that needs to occur because you need to meet that family and explain to them that maybe in their particular culture, they might shun that child who's deaf and hard of hearing and want to hide them away from the world. And here in America, we want to have them with us and we want to encourage them and teach them where they are. And that goes back to trust, right? And creating that relationship. With deaf and hard of hearing children, one of the things that's very, very different is that the input from the get-go looks different. Meaning we have a lot of options, especially in the United States of America and some other countries, where we might, or a family might choose to get a cochlear implant, but sometimes that implant is just for sound awareness and they still choose to develop sign language. Sometimes that implant is used because they really want them to be a listener and speaker. And then there are all of these other options, like just to be a signer. And if you've seen the deaf community out there, sometimes for you it's just on your social media or on your television. But if you actually engage with that group, as we know, when you meet one deaf person, you've only met one. But the language need and the language foundation there is critical to building what I call connection. Communication is connection. If those kids don't have the language, all the accessibility that's out there is not necessarily inclusive. And Mary brought that up about if we talk about inclusiveness, we have to talk about exclusiveness. And in this situation, I think it's super important that for those of us that see a lot of technology happening today to give more access, we really need to talk to experts such as Salsi or someone like myself or someone else that talks about autism or learning disabilities so that we're really engaging in how is this inclusivity of technology and all of these other outreaches that we're doing really making this a way for children. I find it very interesting during the day today that we talked about how COVID led us to realize, and this is not only for our children but for us personally, what isolation might feel like. And I'm not sure that everybody considered today that isolation for our special need population has been happening for a long time. Thank you for clapping back there, I can see you. And I say that because isolation for my deaf and hard of hearing children, and I'm just gonna use this because I'm not deaf and hard of hearing myself, but I grew up with deaf parents. Helen Keller said that if she had to choose, she would rather have her hearing back because her hearing loss cut her off from people, which is exactly what we've experienced this year. We've had to find a different way to do that. And if we haven't taught our children and our parents how to do that, we can build that inclusivity all we want, but if we're not making an accessible inclusivity, our work, and somebody else said this earlier and I wish I remembered his name, I think he's gone now, but if it's not something that is affordable and accessible and applicable, then we're just making stuff to look cool. Mm-hmm. And that's really not what education's all about. It's about building that communication so that we have a relationship. And if you read anything, one of the biggest things that we do at Carter Hears and at Quill Model is we talk about braving. And if you don't know what braving is, I suggest you look up Brene Brown because she's gonna talk to you about what that looks like. And so you've got to hold yourself to all of those standards to really make connection. So I think today was a big deal about inclusivity, but I wanted to share that because I felt like that voice needed to be shared with all of you.
That's
So
right.
thank you.
And the parents are our first teachers. Mm-hmm. And yet we have heard our panelists thus far share that for some parents, they do not want to support that cultural support of shying away from the differences puts them in isolation. However, we have Alyssa, who has embarked upon taking care of those children in a daycare whose parents need to bring them to daycare out of necessity, and has to take whatever she gets, because parents send their very best, the best that they have, and then take them and give them a grounding. How do you do that?
Thank you, Mary. Well, first, I want to begin with I am inside of the classroom. So being inside of the classroom, I have to be able to teach with general ed and special ed teachers as well. The thing is that now inside of the classroom, like Marianne said, they're very shallow and maybe set to the side sometimes. The thing is that we have to collaborate and work together to make sure that the child is not isolated. And for my part inside of the classroom as a 6th grade teacher, it is my duty to make sure that they are heard, because they are always put to the side. They're not like everyone else, and they have to begin to know their social skills, their emotional skills. And the thing is, too, is that they are somebody. They're not just children just sitting to the side, not to be known or not to be functioning well in a society. The thing is that when it's time for me to teach the children, it's out of love, actually. And love is a strong word. So for me, it is out of love. And the thing is that I have to be sure, and I have to make it my duty to let the parents know that yes, your child is someone. And it's not about the test and things like that. These children have to be able to function well in a society as well. They have to know how to handle emotion. Next, the children themselves have to be able to step outside of a classroom and learn how to live on their own. They have to know how to do things just like we do as well. And it's about innovation, it's about technology, it's about being creative, because they are creative. They are somebody. And with me, as far as my general ed children and the special ed children, I cannot separate them. They have to be taught to know that they are, and I keep saying that they are somebody, because my children inside of the classroom, they're not separated. I make sure that the regular general ed children are not separated as well.
Okay.
Basically, it's like it's brother and sister. Hey, this is your sister here. Help her out. You're a team. This is your brother here. Help him out. He's a team.
So you have inclusion as opposed to exclusion.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who coined that word when it did come out and apply it to all of our educational fields, but when it did come out, I was kind of like Robert when I've been in this a long time, and you're gonna say inclusion, well, don't you know that means exclusion, as it has. So I'm gonna ask one last question for the table. These statistics don't tell lies. They are true, they are fact. They are bigger than Austin, Texas. They are all over the globe. We have an overrepresentation of African American males. I don't care what city you go to, you pretty much see that in a larger than large number. It can't be what some people think that it is. we have created a prison to pipeline. You start to see it in the end of the 3rd grade, and the 4th grade curriculum shifts, and then you start seeing a decline. All over the world, all over the place. Graduation required, declined grades, declining. I mean, it's a decline. They're put in special ed more. They are suspended more. They are put in alternative schools more. Prison to pipeline going, but special ed is the one that comes out being the most lucrative because there are funds that are associated with special ed children being in special ed. And so because of that, and you look at the statistics, something is wrong with that picture. So you not only have refugee, you not only have, and that comes in all colors. We have a refugee program that we do all year long. It's not, you don't get off in the summer. It's not whether or not you're deaf or not. There are African American males that are deaf. So they have the deaf piece along with being African American. And then they started very early. I had a friend that was superintendent, and he was really, a part of his removal is because in his district, you could not identify a student as special ed until after the 4th grade. Well, what did that mean? You had to teach them all. You had to teach them all. You couldn't put them in special ed. You had to come up with a way to reach the students. And the scores and the benchmarks and all of those things were sky high. But that wasn't the philosophy of that school district. And, you know, I told them, okay, then take it somewhere else. Do it to another district like that. So someone asked that, answered that question about what are we gonna do? I don't wanna hear a buzzword. What, action, well, I don't wanna hear a conversation, critical conversation. We've been talking about it a lot of years. What are we gonna do about the overrepresentation of African American males in special ed? Anybody?
Patience. The reason why I say patience is because when the child comes into the classroom, the first thing is you have to have patience because they come in trauma, they come in battered, they come in being abused, they come in being called every name in the book, some by their own mother, and then it's mostly women teachers, and so they come in angry already. When they come in angry already, that's when it's the teacher's turn to be able to talk to the child, be able to connect with the child as well. It's not only just teaching the subjects, it's also holistic teaching as well, inside out. So that's where I have to have patience with the child. When they see me, they see a teacher, but I have to come out of my teacher person. I'm Miss Taylor, but I can also say, hey, let's sit, let's talk. What's really going on? Let me hear you.
Lisa, that was really good. Yeah. I love the patience piece. On the same token, I think that, like you talked about, you have to have patience, right? Because you're witnessing these things in the children. But I think also the teachers have to have patience with themselves, meaning that we really need to use more research-based information to do formative assessments on a more regular basis, because it gives us an idea of how they are actually progressing. And this is true for deaf and hard of hearing students as well, especially, you know, you talk about, we see a lot of kids that aren't just one thing. There are a lot of things, right? And so we need to make sure we see their uniqueness and all their colors and all the things that they bring to the table. So using research evidence-based practice, whether you're doing it for RTI or you're doing it with intentionality as who you are as a teacher in the classroom, I think it does ask us to take a second look in the mirror and say, how am I going to show up differently for these children? Because that's a powerhouse of change. And we all know that because we know when we've hit it right as a teacher, you feel it. And you know whether they get it or not. And when you've missed the mark, the best thing you can do as a teacher is apologize and say, hey, I noticed I missed this with you and I want to meet this with you. I think that patience piece goes both ways. And I think that's a poignant way for us to make change.
Okay. I also would like to add about that. So this is a system of oppression and privilege, and somehow this is how our social expectations of normal child should be, and this is based on middle-class white, child, which is not really inclusive to other minorities in the U.S., and we should acknowledge that. And I will go back to Jordan. I was in a refugee camp working with the kids, and there was a child throwing rocks, and he's a Syrian refugee. And his teacher, she's a Jordanian teacher, just coming to the refugee camp as a teacher and just go back and does not really understand fully what does refugee means. So, and she was like, I don't want to deal with that. I'm gonna call the school guard to take this child and put them outside the school and take their bag from them, school bag. And do you know what school bag means for a refugee? This is the only thing they own in the world. So this is the most hurtful thing you ever can do. And me being there witnessing and asking them, why did you do that? So the teacher says this is an appropriate behavior and I think he should be treated that way because he will learn. And then I asked the guardian, why did you do that? And he agreed with that. It was I'll just do what teacher told me. And then we go to the school principal. What do you think? He was these kids are horrible. I don't know how a school principal will say about children that way, but he was overwhelmed with all the behavior that he sees. And it was let's pause a moment. Are you expecting these kids who has been traumatized in a war to behave like a child who is safe at home? This is not fair. If we are going to talk about equity, this is not fair. So when we talk about the system of privilege and oppression, as a teachers, as a people who work within the school and within the education sector, we should acknowledge our privilege. And we should acknowledge how the system marginalizes the kids. And we should acknowledge that our experience as a majority does not mean it's the standardized experience. It's the standard experience of what does that. So we have to do so much of shift about what we're doing about evaluation and what things means, what this behavior means and why, what does that mean and how we can reflect on it. And also we need so much of training for teachers in psychology, because psychology is everything, every sector. We need that. We need also to add much more, education for the people and training for the people who work with kids, especially with diverse kids, about cultural skills, cross-cultural skills. What do you mean that everybody does not look like me? If you're in diverse, if you work with a diverse population, does that mean that you have the capacity to work with them? You should be aware of that. And also, we need to understand that schools are open system. They are impacted by the society. So what we see racism in the society is going to reflect in our schools. We cannot come to the school and be passive to race. We cannot come to school and be passive to the classism, sexism, racism, and think this is the safest. No, we talk about it. It's hard work, but we need teachers, we need principals, we need educators who are up to that. Because if you are not, I don't think you should be there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. When I left the principalship, I went to a central office position whereby we had identifying gifted students who are special needs in our districts, and we did not have, or we had an unacceptable rate of Black and brown students who were. And I went to talk with my peers who I had just been principals with, And I was astonished by some of the answers. Well, I don't have gifted kids because I'm a Title I school. Title I equates to economics. And I'm like, really? They can't be gifted and poor? Well, in my world, they can be. So working hard, like you have said about the professional development, it's not on the kids. And right now, a lot is being put on the kids. They are the reasons of the problems and the trauma, and it's not on the kids. In the state of Texas, once you get to be 10 years old, you may be taken to a juvenile, arrested and taken to a juvenile facilities. So, for the most part, those are kids in school. And yet, we're steadily working on administrators to do the things that these ladies have shared, to not put them through going to jail because they got upset and they exploded, and then they don't go down and delve down into what the explosion was about. And at the end of the tunnel, you tend to have, it's something having to do with their person, something having to do with all of those things that we chop them up with. So we have to do better with that. And then we must continue to work with our universities who prepare the teachers. I know Robert did not pay me. He may not even be in this room right now, but he was so profound in hitting so many dots, in especially the one about the 20 years ago, 21 years ago actually, is when we knew about all of these things. I have a 21-year-old grandson. So I do remember in 2000 when we were going down that track, and we are still at the beginning. So the special ed part makes it even more challenging. So I want to give you 3 challenges, and we're going to open up the floor for you to come. Just stand up, and they'll bring you a mic. But while we are transitioning into that, I would like to offer you, everyone within hearing, a challenge for you to have 3 actions, not 3 thoughts, not 3 buzzwords, 3 actions that you will go back into your environment, whether you are whatever position that you arrived here in. You will go back to your environment and have 3 actions that you can return to that environment to change the plight of special education students. You've heard a lot, and it is a lot, because we didn't touch all of the other areas, the vision, the physically handicapped, the mental retarded. We have a whole litany of labels that we give to kids, but at the end of the day, the kids are the ones who are suffering. Any questions or comments or something that you're doing in your area that is making a difference? Okay, he's going to bring you a mic, and then we'll get this. But we'll take you second, we'll take you first, since the mic is over there. I think the mic is over there.
Thank you so much. Kudos to all of us who are here.
I could hear you.
Oh, perfect. No worries, absolutely fine. So thank you so much, panelists, for sharing the thoughts. Actually, I want to share my personal story, and inclusive word is like very close to me, because I am an ADHD patient, and I grew up in India. And India, the ADHD, like if you have any, I don't say disability, I say gifted things, gifted ability, it's like they treated you very differently. It's a taboo over there. And while growing, not a single school was accepting me. But the one school, they accepted me, and just I grow with the kids with the general and special education together, and that's why I'm standing here. I did my master's from here, I did engineering, after that I did my master's, and today, because of this notion, the special need tech, that gives me lots of trouble, and I want to make sure that it shouldn't be there. That's why we have started our own venture called NEEV. That's the purpose. It's the bridging the gap between special and general education by understanding the sensory regulation and creating the proactive approach, creating the universal design of learning using the IoT device. So we are creating our IoT device to help to detach this notion of special needs. Yeah, so that's my journey till now.
Well,
Thank you
I
so much.
commend you for standing strong and being tenacious in living the real truth by coming from something that's taboo. So I just commend you and thank you for you standing strong. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Our first volunteer just couldn't get the mic over there quick enough.
I could cry right now because this is so near and dear to my heart. Equity and inclusion. Number one, because I'm part of a population that is excluded. And I feel like I've been on the front lines with my mouth getting shot at, not literally, but getting a lot of pushback because of that. I teach black and brown children in Freeport, New York. And I went to get my doctorate. I had no intention of getting my doctorate. I was satisfied with my master's. It was great. But once I started seeing how some other colleagues treated my kids, because they're mine, it hurt me. When I started hearing my kids say, well, you know, at least I got a 65, I'm happy with that. It hurt me. And so I had to go back and find out why and find out how I can act. And that's why I got my doctorate in ethnicity, in ethnic studies, because I had to find out what I could do. First of all, to purge myself of any hidden bias, anything, because we could still be biased. You know, I could be biased against someone who can't hear, someone who can't speak, someone who has a problem or doesn't speak my language. I got so involved, and I guess I'm this type of an individual. I started, and I'm Afro-Cuban. I didn't speak Spanish very well. I started taking Spanish all over again. Because when my kids came in and they had problems with English, I spoke in English and I spoke in Spanish. Because they're my kids, and I'm responsible for them. Now, I don't believe I'm just responsible for them just in the classroom. I'm responsible to their parents. I've got to speak to their parents, because without that, and I call it a threefold cord, the teacher, the parents, and the child. I've got to form a relationship with those parents for the good of the child and the good of the community. I could speak all day about this, but I won't, because it is so near and dear to my heart. I want to thank you for saying what you had to say, because race is now at the forefront. We can no longer ignore it. We have got to. It's like a smack in the face. It may be uncomfortable, but we've got to face it, because if we don't, we may be like Rome and destroy ourselves from the inside out. We don't have to worry about terrorism from the outside. We're going to destroy ourselves from the inside out if we don't face it and deal with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your passion, and we spread the passion all over the room. If you already were at a 10, now you have a 20. Thank you all so much. Please thank our panelists. We've got to go to the next session now, and we appreciate your time and your attention.
you so much. I'm sorry. That was a wonderful.
Boy, talk about a lot of headway making into that incredible topic. Give it up for these guys again. That was really great. Very interesting. All right, proceeding forward, it is now time to facilitate individuals and organizations that have played a very crucial role in revolutionizing the education industry. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Martin Rovinski, CEO and co-founder of Boards SI and the author of the Corporate Matchmaker, on stage to present awards to the honorary winners. Please bring them up. If your name is announced, I'd ask you to please enter in from my right side. We'll go just like that around the circle. Sound good? All right. The 100 Leaders in Education. Here we go. Start things off. Adele Lelo. Adele Lelo? All right. Also, Aldo Valdez. Amira Vale. Amira Vale. Clinton Harris. Clinton Harris. Damian Lopez. Again, we can enter through my right side and exit through the left. Let's keep things fluid. Daniel Rundhog. And Dr. Dario Sforza, I'm sorry. Emmanuel Rodriguez Cruz. Eric Donnell. Eric Donnell. Gardareth Higgs. Gardareth Higgs. Gardareth. Dr. H. Garrett Thompson. Garrett Thompson. Dr. H. Garrett Thompson. Ivan Alonso. James L. Knight. James L. Knight. Dr. Jan McGee. Dr. Jan McGee. Julie Allen. Majuba Naim Bianchi. Aldo Valdez. Aldo Valdez. Mary L. Thomas. Matt Bowman. Monica Hernandez. Vraj Patel. Vraj Patel. Omar Mensour. Patty Liston. Patty Liston. Dr. Rex Bollinger. Robert Landau. Dr. Sharon Jones. Sumita Shabrati Ghosh. Huh. What?
I have to correct him, sorry.
Okay, tell me.
Where is the microphone? I have to correct him because this been butchered and my name has been butchered many times. Being an educator, I go by Dr. Sumita Chakraborty Ghosh. There is no Chabarti.
Ah, there it
You are
is.
not
Okay.
You are not chewing my name.
I'm not going to. I had enough to chew at lunch. I'm fine. Dr. Tiffany Hamlet. Tony Klein. Tracy Ann Wenzinger. Tracy Ann Wenzinger. How about one more time for our award recipients? Okay.
Can you say the name of my organization and wants to welcome her on
NIV Next Gen, Inc.
Come here. My fellow founder. Yeah.
All right. One more time for our presenter here, Mr. Martin Rovinsky, CEO, co-founder of Boards SI and the author of Corporate Matchmaker. On behalf of the GFEL team and everyone present here, I would like to congratulate the dignitaries once again who've been honored today. Thought leaders, educationists, Edtech innovators, this brings us to the end of the day one of the GFEL Las Vegas 2021. Hope you got some major takeaways, found some professional connections, and more importantly, had a lot of fun. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow for another day of learning. And speaking of fun, the bar is open. So all you have to do is go believe where lunch and snacks and coffee were. All that's replaced with delicious alcohol. So let off a little steam, make some more connections, and we'll see you tomorrow. Once again, my name is Brian Panarelli. Thanks so much for indulging me today. I appreciate it. Thank you.